Okay, now the other changes have to do with the venting, right?
Affirmative.
Where do we put those in at the Surface 60? Was the
Surface
first
59 is the first one.
Excuse me, Surface 59.
And FAO's already got the change to go up.
Have we got? I would like all these written down on one piece of paper for the Capcom.
Okay, FAO's already got the one on the descent venting.
Okay, how about adding to it this one on the deleting the rendezvous radar?
It'd be easy to do, Flight.
Okay, Surface.
Okay, let me ask you one thing. We deleted it on Surface 61, and at the bottom of 61 we go and check our circuit breaker status chart, and there it shows those breakers in. Do you need to
note it again there?
Okay.
At the TIG -10, note rendezvous radar out.
Surface 62, we'll have to open them up on Surface 62 also, yeah.
Yeah.
The circuit breaker chart.
Okay.
Okay.
And then we have another change where we actually do the venting, right? No, it's on 61, I guess.
Back on 61.
Yeah.
60, I'm sorry, Flight, in the middle of the page. Launch guidance system recommendation.
I'd like that all written up together. Okay. Now, you're also writing up the deleting the rendezvous radar. At the bottom of the page, we'll write a note, don't use the things on the tape meter. Now, how about this circuit breaker, SNR? It's broken.
The engine arm circuit breaker?
Yeah.
Okay.
We have only one of those, right?
We only have one, Flight. And the recommendation is at the proper time, it is called out in the checklist.
Yeah.
To go ahead and to close that circuit breaker.
Okay.
And the manner in which to close it is to use a firm, straight-in pressure.
Okay.
And if they can't get it pushed in with their hand,
go ahead.
to use something like a pencil or something, possibly a non-metallic.
What's the significance if they can't push it in? This runs all the auto circuitry?
The significance, if they cannot get that breaker closed, is that you will not have any ascent engine auto-on circuitry energized, which means the ascent engine will only be turned on via the manual route.
Okay.
Now, if this is the case, then there will require another change in his ascent checklist.
If what is the case then?
Is the fact that we cannot close the circuit breaker.
Yes.
And what that is at 50 foot per second to go, he de-arms the engine, okay? If he did that now with the manual route keeping the engine on, it would shut down.
Yep.
So that would have to be pointed out to him that if it did not close, and we'll know that way ahead of time, not to do that, just go ahead and hit the stop button at 0 foot per second.
Copy. Okay.
That's all I have, Flight.
Would you write all these right up to delete the rendezvous radar on Surface 61 and in the proper order so we can keep it in?
Yeah, I'll just go in the proper order,
Tanks,
the sequence in the checklist.
Surface 5960 descent tank vent, and I'll have so the Capcom put some words around that so they'll understand why we're doing that.
Will do. And the info about the circuit breaker and engine arm.
Yes. Although, tell them we just plan to use that normally, and then if it doesn't work, we'll have a manual start and a manual stop.
Okay, I just wanted to get that clear for Ron here. He'll be on.
Yeah. Now, we had one other thing here, Hal. What am I thinking of?
I don't know, Flight. You got me. Maybe it'll come to us in a minute. Everything else in our system looks pretty good right now.
Let's see, the vent, the plane change, and the rendezvous. Okay, so I was thinking of the stuff we had to delete for ascent. We've got that.
The only thing would be outfit.
Oh, we have to add to this thing the program 22 work at 122.
Oh, okay.
That's what I was thinking.
In the checklist you're talking about.
Yeah.
122.30, isn't it?
I believe so. Is it? And that turns out to be what surface point? Do you know?
Stand by, I'll check. It's going to be about surface 54 in that area.
Yeah. Great.
Probably after uplink.
Okay. FAO flight. FAO flight. Now, I want to get one piece of paper that we can read up that has all these things in that we're making to the checklist changes, plus this 122.30 update for the rendezvous radar track. Okay? One piece of paper, and let's get it early enough so everybody can get a look at it.
Flight from guidance.
Go ahead.
And FAO's on this line too, I hope. One thing that would be very nice is if we could get this platform alignment done before the P-22 work. Because we use gimbal angles.
Yes. Well, do we?
Yes, we do. I say we do, and it looks like it's scheduled before then. I just want to confirm that with FAO here.
Okay, FAO, I need from you then an estimate of when to wake them up. Would you work all that out and let me know when to wake them up? And we got to move out smartly. Let's get all this plan laid out so we're not fooling around when they wake up. And you need to consider the CSM check. 130 prime if you can do that. I don't know whether that can be worked in or not. Okay, how about you, Telcom?
Roger, Flight. One thing that I think would be beneficial to do, I discussed this briefly with the Capcom, and I had also talked to Charlie Duke about it previously, and that's going to the voice backup position on the update a link switch prior to ascent, and we in turn would configure the network so that there would be no squeal. This is a procedure that we followed during powered descent, and it worked out very well. Recommendation would be to, with Capcom concurrence, would be to put this in on Surface 61, right as he configures his VHF equipment. That's TIG-17.
Okay.
And we will go ahead and configure the network so that if he does do it some other time, we'll be configured at 123.30.
Okay.
The only problem being that if there is some requirement to command after 123.30, we need a couple minutes notification in order that we can reconfigure the network for uplink command capability.
After 122.30 is it?
123.30.
No, we shouldn't have any after that, I don't believe.
Roger, understand.
Should we, guidance?
Hold on, Flight. 120, no, not until after insertion.
Okay.
Roger, and
the CSM anyway. So
the only thing, our guidance, if you can come back to me and let me know after that, I'll make sure that we get you back in an uplink mode. We'll get the switch disabled.
Copy, Flight. That worked out real well.
FAO, are you preparing this list? FAO, you can add that to the list?
Add what to the list, Flight?
The Telcom has a proposal to change this something about the VHF configuration, the updated voice switch at TIG-17. Don, would you tell him about it?
Sure.
Bob, could you get a list of stuff made up so that we can work on it as we go along? But I'd like to have all these things in one place so we don't lose any of them.
Roger, Flight.
Even if we don't have all the details worked out yet. Ronnie, you up with us so far, what we're talking about?
Yes, I think so. I sure need that list, though.
Why don't you write up your own just to be sure that we don't drop anything, just as reminders to yourself.
Well,
Okay, how about you, GNC? How do we stand on RCS?
About 75 pounds down from the 11th flight.
How are we above the red line?
Fairly comfortable shape. I don't have the exact number.
So you don't have any concern about doing a P-22 again with CSM?
No.
For the millionth time?
Roger.
Okay. Anything else to report?
Negative.
Okay. ECOM.
Roger, Flight. ECS, rad out temps 62 to 66 degrees
Is
so
the
far.
mixing working?
Mixing is working.
Okay.
I was going to come to that.
Okay.
Mixing has been okay since that one problem where we hit 30 degrees.
Okay.
And cannot confirm that the crew did manual mix, just cycle the switch maybe, which
That's right.
shouldn't have helped. Okay, the rad temps, we had one peak at 72 degrees. Everything is normal there. Wastewater dump, post-doc, pre-TEI, good place. Batteries all charged at this point, look good. Cryos, all tanks auto heaters. And FAO has been told we need a cryostor post-sleep, all 4 tanks. Get a good hack at the quantities.
Okay.
And we're in high gain react mode in the comm area, and we've had no more funnies with the AOS operation. That's affirmative.
Okay.
I'm go.
Okay. Anything else?
That's all I can think of, Glenn. We have the, the checklist stuff with the O2 transducer. I guess we'll play that by ear, huh?
I don't know. What do you want to tell them?
Well, he decided...
Sometime after we get docked, you want to tell them those things?
Yeah, let's do that. That'd be the final ingress.
Prepare a little note for the Capcom and the flight director at the right time, okay? Because that'll be a time of handover, and we don't want to be sure not to drop it with a lot of words, okay?
Okay, well, I'll just make copies of the change checklist pages, a couple of them, and with a note on it.
Okay. Capcom?
There was one question that we didn't finish up last night that might take just a little bit of time, and that was a question relative to the general geology of the area. We had about 10 questions that the crew went through. This is the one that they wanted to leave open until the morning when they were a little pressured to talk about it. So I don't know how long Ron will want to talk to them about it, but that might take some time.
How long?
I'm guessing maybe 5 minutes.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right, but Ron?
All right.
We got to be careful on that because we devote the right amount of time to it and get the comments. So if we have questions, it's thought out, but we can't talk about that all morning.
I concur.
Okay. Anything else, Owen?
That's all.
Ron, do you have anything?
No, I don't have anything in addition.
Surgeon? Fred?
I wanted to comment on the possibility that we don't get that breaker in. Looking at it, we're discussing manual ons and offs.
Yes.
And I was wondering how anybody had any idea how to play the off on that. It's been our experience if we wait for the right number to come up, we're going to have about a 40 to 50 foot per second overburn.
That's right, fine. Possibly will. Cop cycling the LGC, putting the VG up for you, a little slow.
It's real tough to even lead it. You know, you can also.
Has Buzz tried it?
I assume we've had frequent auto on or auto off failures in the simulator, so they've seen it before.
Well, Fred, can we tell him anything more than he already knows?
No, I guess we'll just play it. If they get the breaker in, he's got the event lights, and if it goes in, he'll know it, and I guess we're fat then. Otherwise, we might bring it to their attention.
Good point. Okay. Surgeon?
It looked like the commander was awake there for a while. I just don't know now. I appreciate it if any of the systems people have any indication that he's awake. It looks like he is.
Okay. Anything else?
No, I don't think.
How about the canister? How about the lithium hydroxide canister, Don? What do we do about that?
Roger, Flight. The only thing I don't know on this one is whether we jettisoned the one last night. We're on the second primary cartridge. It looks good right now. We're reading 0.
Did you say, Cliff, they were supposed to have thrown it out? As far as you know, they did?
Capcom here, it's my understanding that they first were going to, and the later decision was made to not throw it out.
So, the best of our knowledge, it's still in the spacecraft.
That's what I was told.
Okay, I'll coordinate the weight delta on that because that's something I think...
Stand by a minute. Owen?
The one that was changed, I understood, was not thrown out. They did change it before they did their jettison.
That's affirm.
But I understood, now this happened before I came on, but I understood that they were told not to jettison it.
Is that the way you understand it too, Telcom?
I was told that the list that we had here was all that was jettisoned, and it's not on the list, but I was also under the same understanding that Cliff was when I left last night, that if they changed the cartridge before the jettison depressed, they were going to throw it out.
Okay, we'll take the notes.
Okay.
If we can't find it, we'll ask. Where did I get?
Flight guidance.
Go ahead.
One other thing we're just thinking about. If we need both 2 CSM vectors, one in each vehicle, before they start the P-22 work. The vectors that got old and may well cause them not to work. I expect CSM's not going to get out busy before this LOS, so we'll have to get it in before it starts an extra FB.
Wait a minute. We should wake them up this path.
Are you going to?
Right, Capcom?
Right. Just before AOS, or LOS.
Okay, we need to, if we want them to do a P-22 next, Fred, we've got to have all that standing by. Plus, maybe get them to go poo and accept, and we'll give them a vector. Although we could do that around the other corner, too.
Flight network.
Go ahead.
Okay, if we're going to wake them up by the end of this rev, we'll have to get them
I'm
up.
talking about the CSM. Do you understand that?
That's affirmative, but
Okay.
we've got him in the ground mode 5, and we'll have to change to mode 6 before we get voice,
Okay.
before we attempt to talk.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, does mode 6, does that disable the uplink to the limb so we don't wake those guys up?
Say again?
Does mode 6 disable the uplink to the limb?
No, well, let's change both modes, Captain. Right now we're in mode 7 on the LEM, which does have voice subcarrier.
Capcom, or network, Capcom's asking you, when he calls the CSM, will he wake up the LAM?
That's affirmative unless we change mode.
Then we need to change both.
Flight network.
Go ahead.
Delay that. We got him on different stations. He will not wake up the LEM.
Okay.
Madrid's on the CSM, Ascension's on the LEM.
Okay. Won't pay anything for the room?
No, except that bottom clock is counting to the T11 time.
Okay. T11, okay. AFD?
Nothing, that's fine.
FAO?
Go ahead, fine.
You getting all set up for this P22 pointing data for Mike?
That's
now,
right, fine.
Now how about this flight plan change? We getting a summary of that?
Still got stuff out on all directions to come in.
Contact.
Okay, but I don't want to leave it hanging out. What is my estimate for getting a flight plan?
Estimate something like 15 or 20 minutes.
Fine. Okay, don't let it drag or people mill around here, and we don't want to mill around too long this morning. TNC?
60 pounds above the 10 flight plan.
Say again?
60 pounds above the 10 flight plan gives you a feel for where we really stand.
Is that where we are now?
Roger.
P22. Okay. Network, do you have anything else for us besides COM that we've already discussed? Network?
The only thing I have, Flight, is we are on Ascension right now for the LEM. And after they wake up and the initial conversations are through, we'd like to hand him over to Madrid.
Okay. Okay. FAO, I went right by you. Do you have anything other than all this work we've been giving you for the room?
Negative, fine.
Guidance, you standing by with state vectors for the CSM?
We're cutting them, Flight.
Okay.
Comtech, AFD, Houston Comtech, Luke.
Good morning, sir. Go ahead.
Capcom.
Hey, if they've got both those circuits to net, remoted to net 1, why
Capcom,
won't we
Flight.
wake them up if we call them? We call the...
What time did Mike get to sleep last
Did
night?
you call the CSM?
Yeah.
No, he won't.
You're going to call him on...
The reason I ask is it might be who is to get him up
Who are we going to talk to? You want to talk to the LEM?
early enough to be sure we
They
get
said they
time
were
to
going to
get
change
these
that
state
link load to
vectors
the CSM and give the CSM a call, and I think that's going to wake the LEM up also.
It certainly will.
in. Cliff says they all went to sleep about the same time.
Flight, Telcom.
On flight.
Roger, Telcom. Be advised there would be no problem lifetime consumable-wise if we wanted to wave off today.
Okay,
We're in good shape on consumable.
Thank you. You mean wave off for rev? So
I prefer.
Yeah, okay. Surgeon flight. When did the command module pilot go to sleep?
1:14:00. I have him logged to sleep.
Okay,
Flight network.
go.
Okay, we are not dual comm to the two different sites, so if we do call the CSM, we will wake up the LEM unless we change modes at Ascension.
Network, we will not wake up the LEM.
We will.
No, we don't want to, so you do whatever is required not to.
Okay, what we'll have to do is
Very have to do.
ECOM change to mode 6 and then Telcom change to some other mode, mode 5 at Ascension.
Flight ECOM, I copy.
Okay.
Roger, Flight.
Okay, does anybody have anything else that we should consider in the room here at the present time aside from the items that we have so far discussed? We are discussing now in summary waking up the CMP before the end of this rev. We're discussing advising him of P22 next rev at 130 prime, and we're going to give him some state vectors if possible before he goes around the corner. We're discussing waking up the LEM pilots at approximately 122, although that remains to be seen a little bit depending on the timeline. And then we have a number of items to radio up to the crew. By way of changes to the flight plan. These have to do with, first off, a P22 track for rendezvous radar track in order to get the out-of-plane position as well understood as possible. We're talking about surface 59 and 60 for the venting. Descent venting before we take off. We're talking about surface 61, deleting a rendezvous radar activation so it is not on for the launch phase. We're talking about a note not to use tape meter pings.
Flight control.
Good. Let me finish this summary if you don't have anything.
Okay, where did you want that note in the checklist?
We're just going to read it to him. Somewhere.
Okay.
I don't want to put it wherever it's going to read logical to him. And we have an ascent engine arms story. Having to do with whether the auto circuitry's in or not, but we find that out at TIG minus 2 hours. Is that right, Control?
Sorry, I was talking to FAO Final.
Do we find out at TIG minus 2 hours about this?
Yes, TIG minus 2.5 roughly.
And we have a update of voice switch change. I believe that is right. Is that the right terminology there, Telcom?
Update a link to voice backup. That's a Roger flight.
Okay. To my knowledge, they are all the subjects that we have to update and deal with. We have some geology questions on the features that the crew can see in the immediate vicinity that we already have some questions on. I have a mission timer story in front of me. Is there anything that I should do with that or throw it away?
What does your mission timer story tell you?
Oh, it's place timer to stop. Look, it's one of these notes.
That's a not necessary flight. The mission timer, to the best of my knowledge, is up and running.
Okay. Okay. Does anybody have anything else now?
Flight surgeon, I think the commander's moving around now.
Okay. Does anybody have anything else for purposes of the briefing for what work we have to do today? You do, ECOM.
Say again, Flight?
You do.
I have something else?
Yes, you have this O2 story that we have to give them at the end.
Right, Flight. I just want to remind you, I think you have a copy of the selected sheets of the checklist with changes on it. I think Capcom has that also.
Okay.
Okay.
I have got beaucoup things on that subject.
Okay,
what I want to know is what shall we read to the crew?
Okay.
Okay. Okay, does anybody have anything else in this room? Span, do you have anything for us?
Negative, but
Nothing going on back there that we ought to know about?
nothing that you don't already.
Okay.
Flight Econ?
Go ahead.
Just been reminded another thing, we haven't got a post-sleep readout on our Pyrobat A and B and Bat C for some time from the CMP. I want to get that this time too, along with the Crowster.
Okay, we'll Capcom flight.
Capcom.
Ecom, you want them to put the fans on in the crowds behind the moon?
If you could wait until we were in view, we'd like to see the pressure dip.
We'll catch him after the ride comes around again, right?
Okay? Yeah, I'd like to do that.
Capcom flight.
Roger, go.
What I would think would be a good idea is to ask them to get their flight plan and book out and give them this whole thing in one shot so they have time to consider each one of them rather than hitting them in dribs and drabs.
I concur.
Same thing.
Contact AFD. Houston, contact AFD.
Go ahead, sir.
Roger, would you let me know when the carriers are reconfigured to call the CSM and not call the LIM?
Okay, right now we are reconfigured for the limb uplink.
And no CSM?
Not yet, right. Track will have to go out and configure their CSM for Mode 6 uplink.
Okay, right now we have no voice subcarrier for the LIM, and we do have one for the CSM.
Negative. You don't have one for either one right now.
Oh, okay. Let me know when we got one for the CSM. Then.
Yes, sir, I sure will.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Flight surgeon.
Go ahead.
Alset people confirm activity on their seismographs.
Okay. Capcom flight.
Roger, go.
You're getting an update for the CSM. I think you ought to tell Mike that we're having the LIM do a P-22 with the radar, and we're going to have him do a P-22 on this landing site to do as good a job as we can on getting the position of the LIM known and the CSM orbit known so that the plane will be minimized today. That's what this is all about. I'm sure he'll understand it, but a couple of words to that effect will help him wake up.
Roger, understand, Mike.
And if you'll get him, if you get him in time, if you'll get him to go to Poon, accept and then guidance, he'll be ready with some vectors, and we ought to be able to proceed. Guidance from flight?
Go.
I heard some talk last night. Is the platform in the CSM line the way you want it for the rendezvous?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does he do a P-52 after wake up?
Let me look here. But we did delete the one after insertion. He should do one after wake up. I'll look in the flight plan here.
No, there's not one done for another. He's going to be doing his P-22 without a platform line.
At Flight Fighter.
Yeah.
When we start talking to these guys.
So wait a minute, Fido. Let me work out my one problem here.
Roger, go.
Guidance?
You're absolutely correct, Fine. And let me look here. Yeah, you're right. He doesn't, in the flight plan, do under 124.
That's right.
I think we'd be a lot better off if he does wake up to do one now, if we can, for two reasons. We could skip the one after insertion, which everybody says it would be better planned anyway, and do it now. For both the reason of the P-22 and the get around it so we can track faster.
Capcom, what do you think? Think you'll wake him up and ask him to do a P-52?
Yeah, it just goes into his heat period, and that's about it.
Well,
He'd be doing it on the backside, anyhow.
you got to wake him up early enough, though, so he's got time to get through all that. Right?
Right.
What time are you thinking about right now? You personally?
Getting him up, I was going to get him up about 5 minutes ahead of LLS on the thing. Just enough time to get the stuff up, you know.
What time is that, GET?
It's about 7, I think, 12:07. I mean, 1:21:07.
Will that give him enough time?
Flight FAO, I think 10 minutes on Mike would be 10 minutes early would be a good time. Yeah, it'd be better with this all this other stuff.
Okay, why don't you just call it 121, Ron?
Will do.
Okay, guidance, 121. You'll stand by with some vectors, and we'll ask him to try to get a P-52 in. Which option?
Option 3?
Option 3 in this, in the current nighttime that he's in.
Right.
Okay. No, never found him, Fred. In the sextant. Okay.
Flight procedures.
Go ahead.
Your bottom clock's counting down to T12.
Okay. Mike then. We have a wake up at 121. Do a P52 pronto. State vectors. You have a P22 next rev at site 130 prime. And we have some cryo work to do on the front side that we can tell him when he gets around, Capcom, and something else.
Roger.
Battery. Charge business.
The flight econ?
Cool.
And that other thing was the post-sleep readouts on VATC, Pyro A and B.
Oh, that's what they were.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
We just haven't had them in a while.
Okay. Okay, we'll just see how we can do on those.
Okay.
Okay.
Can we get those post-sleep things out the next row around?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Yeah, I just didn't want to forget them.
Okay.
The P22 will then be occurring at 122.16, which is a new item in the flight plan. P22. We have cryos and VATC and pyro readouts. Okay. We can do all that real time, Capcom. And the LEM flight plan I'm standing by for, with all the updates.
Flight control.
Go ahead.
Hey, this thing on the leak we talked about during ascent, switchover point.
Yes.
That figure of 200 psi.
Yes.
I wanted to update you on that. The Qs we're going on is a delta of 130 psi and a 2% quantity delta.
Is that outside the noise level now?
Yeah, this is proof positive that we got something going astray, and be able to catch it in a sufficient amount of time that we won't cut off.
We don't know if we're going to catch it or not.
Yeah.
We're just going to isolate the gas from it.
Right. So it'll be 130 psi plus a 2% quantity delta.
Fred, do you know what that's about?
I think you're talking about apps depletion here, just getting back to the main solve so you don't blow some quads.
Yeah. As opposed to doing that depletion if they can detect we're getting.
Now this is if we had a leak somewhere, propellant. Maybe it's in the RCS side, so we'd stop it from going out by closing the feeds and open the mains.
No. We would open the mains.
Yeah,
close the
okay.
feed.
In that sequence, you'd open the mains, close the feeds in that sequence, yeah.
Okay.
And the Qs were used as 130 psi delta on helium and a 2% delta on ascent quantity for your ground calculation.
Yeah, I was going to say, we don't know that on board.
Right. This is strictly a call from the ground.
Okay.
Capcom flight.
Roger.
Why don't you start looking at when we'd wake the LEM guys up around, because P22 work comes upon them pretty quickly there.
Roger.
All right. In a half hour. You might give them a little more time in it. Whatever you think. Okay, control and telecom flight.
Go ahead, flight.
I'd like you, guidance flight.
Go, flight.
I'd like you to get all your people standing by and looking alive, because when we wake these guys up, we have got a couple of extra items to talk about, a couple of extra items to do on top of the normal plan, and we're going to be 2.5 hours from liftoff. We don't have any time for any debates or anything else like that, okay? Yep. So let's get everybody operating like we're going right now, not like the crew's still asleep, okay?
Affirmative.
Let's not get behind at all.
Copy, flight. We're ready.
Flight. We're ready.
And if anybody who's listening to this loop has any inputs to make to the LEM, they better make them very quickly this morning, because when we get into the preps for ascent, we're going to be very unfriendly towards any late arrivals.
Flight, telecom.
Good.
Let me confirm the fact with you that we are going to check on whether or not that cartridge was thrown out.
There was some note screwing going on here.
To the best of my knowledge, the note screwing has produced nothing from my side of the fence,
Okay.
and the back room side of the fence.
You want to know if they threw any canister out?
I'd like to know whether the primary cartridge was thrown out, Fly. It's about 7.7 pounds. We need to get it in the weight.
Capcom, when you want to put your knee pad?
Capcom ready.
Flight guidance.
Yep.
We're ready to go with both vectors, and as soon as we get anybody up, we'll start shooting to them.
Okay. We'll get up. You can sleep for another 20 minutes.
Okay.
Fido flight.
Flight Fido.
How long is this processing of the plane going to take in terms of the pads? When are those pads going to be available?
The parameter that will change is delta R on the pad, Flight. I think it'll take about an hour from the time we get the data.
Well, an hour they're behind the moon. Fido.
CSM is.
Yeah. Oh, okay. But we have all the rest of the pads except the one parameter?
I think we will have. That's the only one I expect to change.
Well, maybe you ought to update the rest of it. Leave the other one open while you're working it. I don't want to fall behind in the pads too far. How late will that make the pad?
Well, we can generate nominal pads, Flight, while we're waiting on all that, and then see if we have to update them, which is a better plan.
Okay. Well, okay. I'd rather not hold the whole thing while we... I see our ascent pad goes up to 123.
Flight from guidance.
Go ahead.
Now, one other thing you can consider, though, is we try to get it about 123, but the guy essentially holds it in his hand until 50 minutes.
I was thinking of the times for the CSM pilot.
Oh, okay.
We owe them some updates, don't we?
Well, he just copies the updates that we give to the LEM.
Which is to say, I would like to give them to him before he goes around the corner. And all he's concerned about are the take times, right?
Basically, that's all he cares about.
Okay, so let's not let him get behind on the take times because we don't have the plane.
All right.
Okay? Let's have that information so we can give it to him. FAO flight? How's my summary?
I'm putting it together now, Flight.
Shortly. Okay. network flight?
Go ahead.
Did you verify that we got the comm so that we don't wake up the LIM?
I can verify that flight ascension's mode 3.
It is verified then?
That is verified.
Call the CSM without waking up the LIM?
That's affirmative.
Okay.
We cannot call the CSM yet until we make a mode change for them,
Okay.
though.
And then when we make that, we still won't be able to wake them up?
That's affirmative.
Okay, the LIM that is. Okay. We'll be calling them about 15 minutes.
Roger, flight.
Okay, all positions, we have a flight plan update becoming available for the LIM. As soon as it's passed out, I want to read it, discuss it on the loop to be sure it covers the items we got. Guidance, control, telecom, can you stand by, please?
That's firm flight.
Guidance here.
Control here. Have you got an extra copy of that, Bob? Why don't you listen? Okay, I'll just read it to you. What is it?
This is a copy of the FAL I just read.
Okay, we're talking about waking up the crew at 1:21:45 or thereabouts. It's another hour from now. First information, use P22 to track the CSM. Data will be used to determine the landing site. That'll be at 1:22:15 approximately. Call program 22. Use it as described in a dictionary, option 1 and 906. Rendezvous will lock on at 25L. If 503 alarm occurs, key or proceed and allow the search. Do we have to tell them all this stuff? Place the range, altitude, switch, and altitude to prevent tape meter from driving in stops. P57 should be accomplished prior to calling him. Excuse me, we ought to make that P57 comment up top, shouldn't we?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. P57 with all due speed because you got a P22 coming up on the LAM, on the CSM, I mean. Okay. Guidance, do you need vectors to go up?
Yes, I told FAO, we just need out a flight plan, and I just keep talking to you. As soon as I wake up, we'll shoot them something.
Okay. Well, let's add that in for purposes of our thinking. You got vectors for them. P57, then P22. Okay, then we have a number of things about venting. Surface 59, we're adding that prop, descent helium rig vent closed, and add after that propulsion, okay? We know what those two circuit breakers are, one for the control, one for the display, right? Control. Then at surface 60, we're going to have them vent, okay? After we give them the launch guidance system a go. Okay, note, do not want rendezvous radar on for ascent. checklist change. Surface 61, delete, turning the rendezvous radar on. Surface 62, we keep the circuit breakers closed. Note for ascent checklist. It seems to me we ought not mention this one until you see what happens to the circuit breaker run.
Flight control. Surface 62, you said keep the circuit breakers closed?
Open.
Okay.
Note for ascent checklist. I don't think we have to discuss it until we see if the ascent arm circuit breaker holds. Okay.
Right.
Pending the circuit breaker results. And then do not use panel 1 tape meter and pings. Tell them and tell them the reason we don't want the rendezvous radar on is because of the overflow alarms we were getting in the ascent. Guidance, am I using the right words there?
Just say the alarms, and that'll...
The alarms and ascent.
Descent. That'll, I'm sure, bring it right to mind.
Okay. Okay, Ron?
Okay.
How does the 121:45 wake-up time look to you?
I think I'll do it. Flight Telcom?
Go ahead.
Was that all the changes you had?
As a matter of fact, I missed yours, didn't I?
That's affirmed, you sure did.
Okay. We also have the update of voice backup.
That's affirmed, Flight. That's on Surface 61.
Okay, would you tuck it FAO and get it sketched up and we'll staple it to this page?
That's affirmed. Will do.
Flight Capcom. One question on the rendezvous radar. If we're not going to go with it powered, I wonder if there's a preferred orientation of that thing for going uphill.
Control?
I know of none, I'll check through the stand. Right now, it would be pointed procedure along the +X.
Okay.
I'll still verify.
AFD contact. Contact loop. Go contact. Okay, we have both vehicles configured. The LEM is in Mode 3 uplink, so you won't be able to talk to them. And they just configured a Madrid to the CSM with a 6 uplink where they can talk to the CSM.
Okay, the message here on these updates is that it's going to be a very, very busy couple hours for all the pilots and the ground people. Okay? So get all your thinking done now, all your planning. Have all that laid out so that we are moving at fastest speed we can when we get them up.
Flight DNC.
Go ahead.
Okay, that +60 was the number left by the previous shift. We went back and verified it, and they had indeed taken a GET time, faced a event time. And we're down 50 from Apollo 10. And
In terms of where we are functionally.
Right.
Okay.
We're only 15 pounds worse off than 10 was.
15? Oh, okay, 15 pounds. Okay.
Wait a minute.
Okay. Capcom, here's your VHF switch.
Okay.
Change your route.
Capcom, Telcom, Mocha 2. Roger. Yeah, Ron, at your convenience after insertion, whenever you deem it best, if you'll just go ahead and tell them to turn that switch back to off verbally. Okay. Then I'll go ahead and change the network so we're enabled to send up commands,
0
okay?
pounds
Okay.
below the Apollo 10 at the same functional point in the flight plan.
Right.
Comparable functional point. Okay. GNC flight.
Go ahead, fine.
Bill, would you again pass on to our reps back there in Span that if anybody over in other areas are thinking about anything for the limb for today, the time has come to get them in the system, okay? Because we're not going to have much time later on.
I understand that.
Capcom flight?
Capcom.
Seems to me I would belay a lot of that description of how to use P-22 until we get him started with the state vectors and recognize he's got to do a P-50 to that pass, etc. Oh no, I'm looking at the wrong flight plan. That's for the LAM. Yeah, okay. Okay, excuse me, I was looking at the LAM.
Okay, yeah, I've got a question here. We don't want a state vector to the LAM.
Say again?
Are we going to send a state vector to the LAM?
I'm sure we are. Guidance?
Affirmative, flight.
Okay, so he has to get that before he goes in.
As soon as we wake him up and he does a self-test, we'll give him a vector, then P-57, then P-22, and it's pretty tight. Fido from flight. Fido from flight.
Flight, you call Fido?
Yeah, one further thing. You ought to be considering what you're going to do, assuming that these P-22 results aren't available. Okay?
And that was what I was trying to say earlier, Flight. I will assume that the orbit we have, or the landing site we have now, is correct.
That being the one that's up in the northern cluster.
That's affirmative. What's showing a 2-mile out of planeness at liftoff and 2 miles to steer out, and that is consistent with what we tried to steer out, what the guidance systems thinks they got, and that will tend to minimize any plane problems we have. It just won't be bad.
Okay. Thank you, Philip. AFD, Capcom, have we configured the network for the right way to make this phone call?
That's affirmative, flight. Capcom firm.
Okay.
This is Apollo Control, 120 hours, 59 minutes, ground
Can we
elapsed
get a
time.
Navy call now? We're getting, I know it's still less for the last time.
Mission Control here to wake up Mike Collins.
Okay, we can't club over a couple minutes.
Network is
Let's get on
configured
with
so
it.
that the
Today's
LIM
wake-up
crew,
day and
the
pass in
Eagle
around
crew
the
will not be
TI.
disturbed.
Okay.
Let's join
Gentlemen,
the conversation
have some quiet in the room,
in
please.
progress.
We'll get started. Go ahead, Ron.
Columbia. Good morning from Houston.
Morning, Ron.
Hey, Mike, how's it going this morning?
How goes it?
Hey, real fine.
I don't know yet. How's it going with you?
Real fine here.
Columbia, request Pooh and accept. We'll shove a state vector in for you right away.
Flight guidance, we see the Pooh and accept. We'll start.
Proceed.
Okay, it's coming up now, Columbia. We're going to keep you a little busy here. As soon as we get the state vector in, we'd like you to go ahead and do a P-52 option 3 on this night pass. And then when you come on around the other side there, we'll give you some landmark tracking information on Prime 130. And for your information, we're also going to have Tranquility Base do a P-52 when you come around the other time. And I have the P-22 information if you're ready to copy. Okay, track landmark 130 prime using P-22. For information, this will properly position your rendezvous radar transponder. T1 is 122 plus 16 plus 05. Okay, stand by.
Control flight. Control flight. Control flight.
Go ahead, Mike.
What tick time is the SN engine arm circuit breaker pushed in? Tick minus time.
Stand by. 2 hours and 30 minutes.
Pushed in that early?
Surface 45 flight.
Yep.
Flight guidance, TMC's his computer.
Okay.
Columbia, Houston, the computer is yours.
You get both vectors in, guys?
We just had a CSM to go to it. We don't put a limit until it gets lifted off.
Okay.
Predicted.
Okay, and I'd like the grid square of this freighter 130 prime, over.
What do you say?
He wants to do something relative to 130 prime.
Columbia, Houston, say again about 130 prime. I'd like its grid square, please.
Oh, grid square.
Roger, stand by.
Okay, I don't have that information available here.
They're checking it. And the vectors are in.
Roger.
Coming, go to block, we get the vector in.
Yeah, I told it.
Excuse me.
Flight guidance.
Go ahead.
Command module is still in accept. At his leisure, he can go back to block.
Okay. We already told him that. As soon as we give him the grid squares, I'm sure Ron will remind him again.
Okay.
Flight FAL.
Yep.
Just request for grid squares really caught us off base. We're trying to run
it down, but we don't normally have it. He normally just needs his 989 information, which he has, and is also on the update form in case you want to give him that, lat and longitude, and he uses auto optics to zero in on it.
Does he have it on board, the lat long?
He does have it on board, but it's also on the flight plan update
How long
form.
will it take us to get the grid squares?
Maybe a couple of minutes, maybe 10 or 15 or more.
Okay. Capcom, we're going to work that grid square coordinates. We may not get it to him before LOS, which is in 5 minutes.
Columbia, Houston. Go ahead. Roger, I have a T1 and T2 times and also the lat longitude of the 130 prime. We're working on the grid squares. We'll get them shortly. Hey, ready, copy. Okay, T1, 122 plus 16 plus 05. Tango 2 is 122 plus 21 plus 11 and 6 miles north of track. And do you want your 989 values? Yes, please. Roger, latitude plus 01.243. Longitude over 2 plus 11.844. Altitude minus 001.46. Over. Okay, copy. T1 122 1605. T2 122 2111. 6 miles north. 989 is plus 01243 plus 11844 minus 00146. Columbia, affirmative. And at the T1 time, put your rendezvous radar transponder switch to operate. Alright. And this 130 prime is the same one that you tracked prior to descent. Over.
GNC status for LOS?
Or go, fine, no problem.
Econ?
Flight Econ, looking great.
Capcom? Are going around the hill when you give them that call, the Columbia ship.
Okay.
Roger.
You've updated your information as to the LEM's position, and this is your best estimate of where the LEM is. Is that correct?
No.
Columbia, that's a negative. This 130 is the little bitty crater there that you tracked, John Young's crater that you tracked prior to descent.
We want that for one last fix on his plane.
And we want that for... fine, okay. You've given up looking for the LEM. Affirmative. We want this for one last fix on your plane.
Capcom, let them know that the LEM's P-22
All right, fine. I understand. Thank you.
against his transponders are last shot at the LEM position.
And when the LEM does his P-22 on your transponder, well, then that'll be our last shot at the LEM's position. All right, I understand.
Right, good. Yeah.
Do you care whether my transponder is on before T1?
Yes, flight. It's called in the flight plan for it to be on before on the backside.
Okay.
We want it in warm up at that time, then he goes to on and T1.
Operate at T1.
Right, it'll be on warm up prior to that time, and you can go to operate anywhere around that time.
Got purposes for P-22 as well, sir.
Yeah, I got it. It's 24-minute warm up now. Roger.
But let's remind him about block here before we go down here.
Okay. Capcom, we shut.
And Houston, the computer is yours. You can go to block anytime. Roger, block on P-52, option 3. Roger. And we'll see you coming around the other side. About 1 minute to go, and all of your systems are looking good. Thank you, Roger.
He's got block flight. Okay. He's all set then. nav vectors in. He's starting his P-52, and he's prepped
This
for
is
the
Apollo
P-22
Control.
on the front side.
Spacecraft
Front
Columbia
side, we got a couple of
gone
little
behind the
housekeeping
moon
items for him
on the
fan
23rd
crowds,
lunar revolution.
fans in the crowds, and battery C readouts when he's down there.
Be acquired again at...
Okay, next activity will be the LEM. Wake up in about 35 minutes.
Let's see now. It looks like
that time
we don't
we'll be
have
very busy with
acquisition
the
table
LEM
up yet for
pilots.
next rev.
As soon as we wake them up, guidance will clear them for vectors,
During
give
this
them a
pass
board,
and
give them
the,
a P-57 after the
Short
LGC
conversation toward the
self-test,
end of the
and have them primed to do the P-22 against the CSM.
The network transmitters
And then we have a number of checklist item
arranged
changes,
so that the transmissions would not disturb the
which shouldn't take too
crew
long
of
to read
Eagle,
up.
Flight Fighter.
Go ahead.
who at this time should still be asleep.
Checkpoint, telecom control. Checkpoint, go.
Capcom, Telcom.
Not since Adam has any human known such solitude
I'm going to go ahead and
as
enable
Mike
the network
Collins
so
is
you can't
experiencing
uplink to the
during
LEM.
the 47 minutes of each lunar revolution when he's behind the moon, with no one to talk to except his tape recorder aboard Columbia. While he waits for his comrades to soar with Eagle from Tranquility Base and rejoin him for the trip back to Earth, Collins, with the help of flight controllers here in Mission Control Center, has kept the command module systems going pocket up, pocket up, pocket up. At 121 hours, 12 minutes ground elapsed time, this is Apollo Control.
Flight Telcom.
Go Telcom.
Roger, be advised we're configured for uplink voice to the LEM.
Roger, thank you.
AFV contact.
Go contact.
Roger, sir. We're now configured for uplink mode 07 to the LEM.
Roger, thank you.
Yes, sir.
We have the checkpoint flight.
Roger, Fido.
Flight network.
Go network.
We're mode 7 in ascension now.
Roger.
Capcom flight.
Roger, go.
Ron, you might take one more look at that time. Planning on waking up 121:45. How's that look for getting everything done? Recognizing we got the fixed target at whatever time it comes over there, 122:15. Half hour, you think, the time to do vectors, self-test 57? Probably, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Let him know that contrary to usual, his work on this first wake-up period will be constrained by that getting what's done necessary for that P-22. Okay.
Okay.
surgeon can play.
Go ahead, fine.
What kind of sleep did it look like that Mike Collins had last night?
Mike had very good sleep. Actually, I don't know what you're holding off and waking up the other crew for. They've been awake for over an hour now.
They've been awake?
Oh, yeah, well, at least maybe Buzz is asleep, but Neil's been awake.
Okay.
What, you call guidance?
No. No, but guidance?
Go.
For your peace of mind, perhaps the surgeon thinks one of the LEM pilots, the commander's awake, in which case he'll be primed, ready to proceed
real
with
good.
the activity here. We call him.
Because it'll take him some amount of time to do that one-star shot.
Okay.
Flight from guidance.
Go ahead.
We got a minute. You and Capcom, I want to make you aware of something. Control 2, maybe.
Capcom Control, you with us?
Control's here.
Okay, now, as everyone knows, the crew calls up the VGO late in the ascent, on 85. If he were to get one of these alarms we saw during descent, that'll kill that display. He'll probably ask, what the heck happened to my display? That's why, if you have an alarm, he's also he'll be thrown back to his VH.H display, and he's using that 85 for criteria to, I forget the words on the switch, but it's to allow the LGC to cut it off automatically. And so he's going to either have to go back to the display, or if he can't get back there, have to remember what velocity.
Okay, but he's got the VI,
Yeah,
he's got the cutoff velocity.
You betcha. I
Okay.
just want everybody to know, and Ron to know that too, that if he asks why he lost his display and we say program alarm, that's why.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay?
Program alarm, go on VI.
All right, it's not all program alarms, but we'll know the ones that do it, and we'll say that's what happened.
Okay. Okay. Control flight.
Go ahead, Mike.
How long has that ox been at 102?
It's
So it's been
103 and 104 prior to the descent flight, and just due to the cooling, it's come on down a little bit. A little worse. thought.
145 is a good stable number, is it?
Yeah,
Fuel set?
all the prop stuff has been real good flight.
Okay.
Good stable.
Okay, and what's our RCS percentages going up?
81 in System A, 75 in System B.
Do we make any different judgments as a result of this level?
Negative.
Everything is still...
We use ascent feed, so we won't even be using any RCS till we get on orbit.
Okay. Fido flight.
Go ahead, flight.
Assuming that we had 40 feet a second out of plane to do, we could still do that with the LEM RCS, right? Comfortably.
That's a firm, because that'd give us a yaw gimbal of less than 45 degrees. The forward horizontal's running about 53.
Oh, combination with CSI, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, and you're right, and if it came out between CSI and CD8s, then it's the Y thrusters, and no problem.
Okay, Capcom flight, you feel you got everything you need for the wake-up info?
Yes, I think I have it.
Okay. Fido flight.
Flight Fido, go.
What's your current best estimate of the latitude?
0.799 north.
0.799 north and longitude?
23.4602.
East. Okay.
Affirmative.
Does that coincide with any particular solution, or is it sort of an error?
It's essentially the pings and essentially confirmed by everything else we got.
Confirmed by misfin and the geological estimate approximately?
We lost the misfin flight because of the restarts on the Lear filter. It was not... It
It's
couldn't...
not independent, understand.
That's fine. But the Ags was right with it. Flight Fido.
Go.
What that really is a delta position as monitored by the pings and Ags and added to a local misfin solution taken just prior to PDI. And that's why I say it's essentially the pings.
Okay.
Okay?
I think so.
The best way to do that.
Okay. This is our best estimate of where we stand.
Right now, it's fine.
Okay. Okay, and you're prepared to take in at P22 on the 130 and adjust the plane accordingly, huh?
That's firm flight, but we're going to get our pads on out, our nominal, according to the timeline, and then we should only have to update Delta R and maybe the LEM vector that goes into the CSM.
Post cutoff?
Post cutoff, that's firm.
Okay.
Well, you know, we send him a nominal pre-liftoff, and depending on how different it is.
Yes, I'm with you. Control and Telecom, about 20 minutes now to waking up on your side.
Roger, Control. Here.
Roger.
Flight Control.
Go ahead.
Can I take a couple before they wake the crew?
Yeah. That was the point.
Control, retro. Control, retro, your loop.
Stand by at retro. Controls in the back room.
Surge in flight. Surge in flight.
Go flight.
How do the limb pilots look?
I think they're awake.
Look at them.
Oh, we only have commander's EKG, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But it looks like he's awake, and Dr. Beers thinks he's been awake probably an hour.
Okay.
Flight fighter.
Go.
Checkpoint.
Control Telcom. Checkpoint. You got.
Flight ACOM?
Go.
No checkpoint. I'm running playback right now.
Playback.
Another 6 to 7 minutes.
guidance flight.
Go.
This CSM state vector you have for the limb has got a time tag for the P22 track.
Affirmative.
Okay.
Flight, I think I'll go ahead and, for about 5 minutes, but I'll go ahead and wake them up.
You ready, are you?
All right.
Okay, Governor. Whatever you say. Telecom control, guidance, stand by. We're going to the limb.
Roger.
Tranquility Base, Tranquility Base. Houston, over.
Good morning, Houston. Tranquility Base.
Let's join the call to Tranquility Base. And how is the resting standing up there? Did you get a chance to curl up on the engine cam?
Roger. Neil has rigged himself really good hammock with a weight tether, and he's been lying on the admin engine cover, and I curled up on the floor. Over.
Roger, copy, Buzz. Got a couple of changes to your surface checklist here, and in general, what we're going to want you to do is a P22 tracking the command module for one last hack on your position there. And this will be, in other words, P57, P22, and then to press on with the checklist. And the rest of them are a couple of minor changes in the checklist. The main one being that we do not want the rendezvous radar on during the ascent, and we think that this will take care of some of the overflow program alarms that we're getting during descent.
Flight guidance, we're ready for a Poon accept.
Even before the self-test?
Okay, we had the rendezvous radar excluded during descent, though.
What do you say, Captain?
Tranquility Base, Houston, I missed that. Say again.
Roger, I say again, we had the rendezvous radar switch in the slew position, not the LGC position.
Roger, we copy that. But there's a greater duty cycle on.
We think that's what caused that during descent.
There's a good 15% duty cycle on the ascent program there, so we'll just go ahead and leave it off. And I have the changes there. If you want to get out your surface checklist, I can go ahead and start giving them to you.
And Capcom, if you get Poon data, we'll give them some vectors also.
All right, go ahead. I've got it out.
Okay, before we start here, request Poon data, and we'll give you some vectors. 50 will be the first change there.
Okay, now I understand you want us to do a P57 option 3 and then a P22. Is that the general idea?
That's affirmative. So on surface 50 there, down at the bottom of the page, just after pro, after 2 recycles, stick in a time of 1:22 plus 15. Do P22 as per Ping's 20 of GNN dictionary. Over.
Roger, understand that 122.15 to P22 as per Ping's 20 GNN dictionary.
Roger. Okay, let's skip on over to surface 59.
That's going to be a new one then, Capcom. You haven't told them what that's for. That's for one last vent on the ZIPS tanks.
Capcom, right.
Okay.
Okay, this is going to be for one last vent on the DIPS tank there. So at the top of the page, just after EPS inverter 1 closed, add okay, after EPS inverter 1 closed, add prop, descent, helium, reg, / vent, close, and then after stabilization control, AELD close, add prop, displays / engine override / logic, close. Over.
Flight guidance to his computer.
Okay. Did you put in
Roger, copy. These are 2 circuit breakers, right?
One, just a CSM vector.
That's affirmative. Affirmative, circuit breaker. Flight control.
Affirmative flag.
I missed what he said. Somebody copy.
He was asking if it was the circuit breaker, and then the answer is yes.
Tranquility Base affirmative, those are just the circuit breakers at that time.
Both of them are circuit breakers. Affirmative. Control flight. Go ahead, flight. Then we open the vents. Do we close them after we open them?
Flight
Just left them open, flight. Yeah, and then we just leave them open. Affirmative. Okay.
Tranquility Base Houston, did you get those 2 on the propulsion circuit breakers?
Roger, I have those 2.
Okay, let's go over to surface 60. And then down the middle of the page, after launch guidance system recommendation from MISFIN, I'm going to add the switches there.
Go ahead there.
Okay. After launch guidance system recommendation from MISFIN, add descent, propulsion, fuel vent, open. Add descent, propulsion, oxidizer vent, open. Add verify, talkback, gray. Over.
Roger, descent propellant fuel vent open.
P10 propellant oxidizer vent open, verifying talkback Greg. Roger, you got that one? So that'll be the last vent, and we'll continue venting. Skip over to surface 61. Down there at TIG minus 17. Roger on there, go ahead. Okay, TIG minus 17, delete. CB11, AC bus A, rendezvous radar closed. Wait 30 seconds. Delete. Pings, rendezvous radar closed. And then add. Up, data link, switch, to voice backup. Over. Roger, I have that. We'll leave those two circuit breakers open and have the update link to voice backup, and we'll make the appropriate changes on the following circuit breaker status card. Roger, and then you might add a little note down there at the bottom of the page. Note. This is the bottom of page 61. Note, do not use tape meter in pings, i.e., do not place mode select switch to pings. Over.
Tell them that's more the computer load business.
All right. Okay, we'll put it in ag.
Good, fair enough.
Roger, fair enough. That's some more of that computer load business. Okay, that's all the changes we have for the checklist here. I've got just some general notes I'll read to you on P22, and just for some information. Over.
Captain, you better encourage him to start, because the P22 is coming right at him in 20 minutes.
Okay, then it looks to me like we ought to get hopping on this P57.
We agree.
Roger, we agree wholeheartedly. And while you're starting on that, I'll just read these notes on P22. Call P22, possible program alarm 526, range greater than 400 nautical miles. And then use P22 as described on pings 20. Take option 1 in nouns 06 and use the no update mode. The rendezvous radar will lock on at about 25 degrees elevation above the horizon. If 503 alarm occurs, designate fail. Key A proceed and allow the rendezvous radar to search for the CSM. And place the range altitude monitor switch in altitude rate to prevent the tape meter from driving into the stops. And press on.
Okay. Guidance control, Telcom.
Roger, I think I have that.
Guidance? Control here, Telcom.
Stand by a minute there to go. Okay. As far as I know, they're all the instructions we have to give. Concur?
I concur, Tom. Roger, Telcom.
Guidance?
I'm sorry, Flight, I missed that question.
Do you concur? Do we give them all the necessary instructions?
You affirmative?
FAO?
Flight, we concur.
Okay.
Okay, it's Capcom. The only thing I didn't get was the primary, what happened to the primary canister, and we'd surely figure that out, can't we? Now we've got some people in here today.
Telcom, you got any luck with that?
That's negative, Flight. I don't think we're going to be able to figure it out from any of the voice transcripts.
Well, let's not worry about it right now, but in about an hour or so.
Oh, okay, I'm not pushing for it.
Understand.
Okay, Capcom.
About an hour when you're mixing it up a little bit, right? Okay. I don't mean anything hard by an hour, but let's let them do this P22 work. And if we don't get it, we're off 7 pounds.
This is Apollo Control. A little over 2 minutes until Columbia comes over the hill again in the 24th lunar revolution. In that wake-up call to Eagle, the crew described how they slept in the spacecraft by lying on the floor and on the engine cover.
Roger, I think we got it all.
Some of the preliminary times being generated now
Okay,
for our
guidance,
ascent
control, and telecom. Let's
show
watch the
ignition
tubes.
About 1 minute
And guidance,
26
would you
seconds earlier
cue
than
us
the
as we
previous
go through the
flight plan.
checklist, please?
Ignition time now showing 124
And
hours,
GNC
22
Ecom, we have 2 minutes to
zero
act on the
seconds.
CSM. Roger,
Burn will have a
Ecom here.
magnitude of 6,068 feet per second.
Telecom, what's your channel,
Quite a
please?
bit of that will be in
channel 32,
vertical
please.
rise and actually starting from 0 feet per second on the lunar surface. The CSI
Okay,
maneuver
guidance, has
behind
you gotten
the
started yet? Let's see, we're in here.
concentric sequence initiate. CSI acronym being for that maneuver. 125 hours, 19 minutes, 34 seconds. Constant delta height, CDH. 126 hours, 18 minutes, 0 seconds. Terminal phase initiation.
Flight control.
Go ahead.
Just closed
126 hours,
4TV37, engine arm
57
breaker. We
minutes,
confirmed it.
0 seconds.
Okay, and it's okay?
Affirmative, looks like
And
it.
Okay.
terminal phase finalization, or the final braking
Close it
before
already.
docking, 127 hours,
Firm flight is in the
39
checklist
minutes,
right now, done it.
39.2 seconds. These are ground
What
computations,
page?
Circuit breaker start.
and they'll be computed
okay.
by the
I'm with
crew from radar tracking.
Capcom,
Rendezvous
you can
radar.
tell that it's closed and armed properly. Is that right?
We confirm that it is closed,
And the circuitry is okay.
as best we can tell by TM.
Hold on, wait a
Actually,
minute.
these numbers computed
It's
on the
closed,
ground are
right?
somewhat
Your
academic in that
indications
they
are
will
normal.
be computed
Normal.
in real time by the crew.
Capcom, next time you talk to him, you might let him know that our indications are normal for that closed circuit breaker.
During this upcoming pass here, a more definite fix on the Eagle's position will be attempted by using the rendezvous radar from the Eagle in program 22. Rendezvous radar lunar surface
Okay,
navigation
guys,
program.
they're running through the circuit
The
breaker panel, so you should be
transponder
seeing them come at you
on
very
Columbia,
soon.
in the meantime,
That'll
has
give
been
them 20
warmed up
minutes.
during the last
15,
revolution. Mike
18
Collins was
minutes to do
advised
the
to
prep work
have
in
the
57 to be prepared for
transponder
22.
warmed up.
How's that sound?
Sounds tight. But I think you can do it because
As
I
of
know
now,
we only
the
had about
exact
12 minutes in the
location
first
is somewhat
P3.
vague.
Flight Ecom, AOS
But
here.
Nobody has some start
rendezvous
spreadsheets.
radar exercise will give a final
AOS and the
more
CSM.
pinpoint location of where Eagle does indeed nest on the moon. We'll continue to monitor the air-ground circuit. We've
Okay,
had
starting work already there,
acquisition of
guys,
signal
right?
with Columbia,
Roger.
so likely the conversation will increase here as
Call
we
him out as he
get
goes through them, okay, for everybody's
the
benefit.
lock on, hopefully, with rendezvous radar as Columbia passes over the Eagle landing site. Still live on air-ground.
Is Capcom be ready for cryoster on the CSM?
Ecom? Flight Ecom, we're looking good. You ready for our cryo fans? That's affirmative flight. It's just going to come through that. How long will you want them on? That's standard 1 minute per tank flight. Okay.
Okay, for my information, what is it, both O2 and H2 or just
Affirmative. All 4 tanks.
Flight GNC.
Go.
Okay, we're looking good, standing by for the speed to parking angle.
Okay.
Columbia, Houston, over.
Go fine.
You get all the people in the back room now following the sequence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Capcom also with the crowds there. We'd like to P52 torque angles if Mike's got them.
Try again, sir.
Flight Econ. Got post-sleep readouts on the bat.
Yeah, okay, but that's the least of our worries.
Yes, agreed.
Columbia, Houston, over.
Network flight, we got Tom up to this ship.
Houston, Columbia.
Here we go.
Roger, Columbia. We'd like a cryo stir, all 4 tanks, and standard 1 minute, over. Edward. Roger, and do you have any torquing angles from P52?
Flight guides.
Go.
Successful self-test.
Roger, stand by one.
We'd like an error reset, please. The fail rigs are all full.
You want an error reset now?
Yes, sir.
Capcom to the LAM. Guidance wants an error reset now.
Tranquility, Houston, request error reset at this time, over. Roger, error reset, and would you tell me when you're satisfied with the LGC self-test?
Guidance?
Go.
Go. Go on it.
Tranquility, LGC is a go. Roger. Torquing angles when you're ready. Columbia, Houston, go ahead. Roger, stars 25 and 42. Triangle difference 5 balls, now 93 plus 00165 plus 00186 minus 00039er. Time of torquing 1:21:15. Over. Columbia, Houston, we copy. Thank you.
Copy that point.
Sounds good. GNC?
They're running through now, fine. Very reasonable.
And cryo stir complete. Roger, thank you, Columbia.
Capcom play.
Capcom.
Because of the echo business we've been having, AFT, is that correct?
That's affirmative.
Because of the echo problem we've been having on the comm, we prefer not to enable the misfin relay, and VHF coverage is up there on the board, if Mike is interested.
Roger.
And in view of that, maybe you ought to keep him informed as we go along how we're doing.
Okay.
Flight Econ.
Yep.
Cryo stir in progress. We're looking good all the way.
Okay.
Quite good.
So,
Okay, he updated the eggs without having the K factor in. No sweat for 57.
okay.
Just doing some work that really won't count much.
Will we cover it later, all right?
Oh, you bet.
Okay.
57 is what we want.
Okay, that'll be getting started in that, right? Control flight.
Go ahead, fine.
Okay, get a hold of these P57 torquing angles now, right?
Roger. Roger.
Okay, we're in 57 at 2203, 40. How's that sound to you guys compared to how he's been doing before?
You'll be right. I think it'll be okay. He'll for sure get the gravity. He may not get start that open part. But the star is what we really want too, because we want that azimuth good too. Just try.
You want it all?
Yeah. See, the star
Okay.
helps you with az, and az is what fighter's worried about.
Flight Econ, we've lost data.
Okay.
Like Capcom, he won't be able to talk anyhow because the LEM doesn't have the VHF on.
Yeah. I thought of that as I told you. That.
Okay.
Flight guide.
Yeah.
Okay, he's monitoring time. I think he realized what he did with the AGs. If he asks, don't worry about it till after 57.
Okay.
Capcom, copy.
Houston, Tranquility. Would you like a recycle on the Group 604? Over.
You got him?
Standby fire. I think we will. Let me check.
Tranquility, Houston, we copy. Standby 1.
Flight guys, let's have a recycle, please.
Recycle?
Yes, sir.
Tranquility, Houston, request recycle.
Guidance, that was a gravity error angle from the last line.
Second fire.
Can you discuss that a little bit? That was a gravity error angle from the last line.
Yes, there's a gravity error difference between this gravity vector and the one in T3.
And why did you want him to recycle? You want to get it set up?
We want to get it consistent, make sure we're measuring gravity consistently, and that's the best way to do it. Now, I'm predicting this is not very small, even much smaller, although the 10th was not bad at all.
Okay, 06, we ought to be in pretty good shape here, huh? 22.
Yeah, well, he's got his worst problem now. He's got a mark on that star, but still in pretty good shape.
Okay. Capcom flight. The only thing I can suggest, by the way, if we get in this rendezvous radar with no joy and in absence of any other inputs, is to check all the switches on it. Be sure Mike's got the transponder on.
Okay.
Flight Telcom.
Cal?
Roger, we've had a request that during the heat period from starting at 1:22:30 for about 30 minutes that we perform some ranging on the LEM. I have no objection if you don't mind uplinking one switch configuration change to the spacecraft.
Where did that come from?
It's MPAD request.
Does Fido know about it?
That's affirmative.
Fido, do you know about it? Fido flight?
Flight Fido.
Do you know about this request to range on the LEM?
I'm aware of it, yeah. The guys think it'll help some.
Alright.
For what? Relative altitudes. No, not VHF. PRN ranges.
Okay.
Flight Telcom.
Good.
That will require.
Okay. But let's wait till we get there.
Okay.
It'll require a switch change in the cockpit, right?
One switch change, Flight.
How long are we going to range for?
I'd like to do it during the entire heat period.
Okay, but look, let us not have everybody picking up heat periods. It's not really going to be like that.
I understand, Flight. That's not a request.
Understand. Were the people who requested that thing and the people who knew about it aware of it when we went around an hour ago to try to get all these things written down, by the way?
You talking to me, Clay?
I'm talking to anybody who'll listen.
Say again?
Were all the people who wanted that and the people who are aware that it was wanted aware of it when we went around the loop an hour ago to pick up everything you wanted to be done?
I was aware it was going to be asked for, Clay.
Well, you should have mentioned it earlier. Are they listening to the loop?
I'm trying to get them up right now.
The purpose of them?
Fire from guidance.
Go ahead.
Gravity vector recycle was very good. He accepted it, and he's marking his star now.
Okay. Gravity error is good, huh?
Yes. It's like 0.01 on the recycle.
Okay.
He's measuring consistently.
Okay. Control plane.
Go ahead, Clay.
I mean telecom plane.
He's on Mother 2 now.
Okay.
Go, Flight.
Don, one thing I want to let you know is at about 1:15, Milt's got in the notes here that all flight plan items left on a lunar surface. Well, it's not clear that would include the canister. Anyway.
No, I've researched it, Flight. I haven't been able to find anything that clearly indicates it was that way.
How we doing, guys?
He's just sitting there, Flight. He's probably marking and averaging right now.
Okay.
It's hard to tell.
Okay. Sounds like somebody's calling.
Spacecraft calling Houston, say again.
Flight, he said a transponder was on.
Okay. Copy.
Roger, copy, Columbia.
Flight FAO.
Yeah.
I think we ought to tell Tranquility Base that he's only got less than 3 minutes now.
We told him 1:22:15. Right?
Roger, Flight, but
Okay.
you missed that by much.
Okay, but we gotta get to 57 also. Control Flight, can you tell if the rendezvous radar is...
It's off right now, Flight.
It's off?
OFF.
Okay. Control Flight?
Go ahead.
Should we turn it on?
Yeah, if he wants to do the P-22 stuff, he's got to, Flight.
Can we turn it on while we're doing this? Can we get the warm-up on it?
It's ready to go now, says he likes to push in the breakers.
Capcom, you better advise them that one of them gets started on the radar. They're doing 2 minutes, right? FAO?
Roger, Flight.
Capcom?
Less than 2 minutes, Flight.
Okay. What's the 5471? Is that the end of it? It isn't. No, wait, he's marking. Okay, both guys are... Yeah.
Just call them in the blind and respond if necessary.
Tranquility, Houston, request rendezvous radar breakers in about now.
we doing?
He's on or he's marking?
Flight Econ.
Go.
Omni D from CSM, please.
Capcom Omni Delta on the CSM. Fido, are you getting
Columbia, Houston, request Omni D. Omni Delta.
Are you getting the data you need out of program 22?
It's not there yet, but we'll get it when it starts.
Do you need high bit rate?
Negative.
Control, flight.
Go ahead, flight.
Is the radar on?
Negative.
Capcom flight, the radar did not come on. Capcom flight.
Okay. Right. Say again, flight. I'm sorry.
You better call again on turning the radar on. It's not on yet.
Okay. It's just a 30-second period there.
Yeah, but we're just about at the track period now, right? Or am I misreading something? 122.15?
Yeah, you're right.
All right, guys.
Go.
He's at least taken one mark. Still more to go.
Tranquility Base, Houston, request go ahead and start the warm-up on the rendezvous radar. Roger.
It's on now, flight.
FAO flying. When is this P-22 track supposed to start from the land?
It was supposed to start at 22:15 flight. He's got the path from AOS to LOS. I don't have the exact time, so I'll get them for you. But he can do it any time.
Get him. Get the times, please.
Okay, flight, he's done through these marks. He's loading what he thinks is right. Now we'll be with you in a minute.
Okay.
Flight gets it. Here comes torque angles, 6/10 all axis, maybe 7/10.
Houston, you copy now 93?
Yeah, go on him.
Tranquility, affirmative, go. Roger, we're going to torque. Houston, roger.
And proceed with P-22. It ought to be overhead.
Flight FAO.
Go.
Time of closest approach is 122 plus 22 plus 51. 5 minutes from now.
That's closest approach?
Yes, sir. LOS is 122, 29, 35. At 0 elevation.
Okay. Okay, he's going into 22, guys.
Affirmative.
Tranquility Base, Houston, Columbia will be overhead at 122 plus 22 plus 51. His LOS will be 2935. Over. Roger.
Okay, Fido, P-22 coming at you. You got everybody standing by to process that data?
Affirmative, flight.
Can you tell if he's doing anything with it yet?
Flight, this guy, he's not locked on yet, but he's in the program.
Control, can you let me know when he's locked on? Control.
Flight.
Can you let me know when he's locked on the rendezvous?
Roger, will do. No lock right now.
Guidance, will half a pass help here?
Say again, Flight?
Will half a pass help?
Any data will help.
Okay.
Fido's checking how much right now with these guys. But I think we should try, if nothing else, for subsequent.
We're trying.
Radars.
We're trying.
Flight Fido?
Go ahead.
Half a pass, better than nothing.
Okay. So you getting any lock on there, Control?
Negative.
Guidance, what's he doing with it? Guidance?
Go.
What's he doing with it?
With what?
Radar.
We'd like to check
just
the tape meter against the Ags. We'll go back to altitude rates as soon as the rate starts to build up. Over.
Radar has lock on.
Yeah, we got lock now, Flight.
Okay.
This is Apollo Control. We have confirmation of radar lock on.
Okay.
Second thought, since that'll take the range rate, I guess maybe we better not do that.
Is that okay, I guess?
Okay, Guidance, Control.
And for this range that the Ags is showing now, 425 miles, with a signal strength of 2.2, it looks like we ought to proceed on this. Over. Roger. Stand by one.
Affirmative, what?
Stand by. He wants to proceed right now?
That's affirmative.
Proceed to what, Guidance?
Oh, Flight, yes, proceed. That's proceed.
Tranquility, affirmative, proceed. Are you getting the information on the downlink now?
Guidance, getting it?
Yes, he's saving it.
Affirmative.
Tranquility, affirmative, and we're saving it.
Looking good.
We've got 4 points so far, and it's looking good. Okay, what do you people think about calling up a Verm 83?
Guidance.
Oh, Flight.
Are you listening to him? He's asking what you think about going to Verb 83.
To Verb 83. Now, hold on a minute. I don't know what he's... Yeah, we're getting good data and we're happy with P22 as it is, but let me think about Verb 83.
Capcom, we're on a standby a minute. We're getting good data right now.
Tranquility, Houston, stand by on that. We're getting good data now. We're checking on the Verb 83. And we expect that we may lose lock when it passes overhead because of the max rate that the radar has.
I'll get a vector update anyway.
Capcom, negative on Verb 83. Let's just leave it alone.
Tranquility, Houston, negative on Verb 83. 110.
Flight Fido, 25 points.
Okay. Procedures flag. Go ahead. For everybody's benefit, that lower clock's counting to our liftoff, right? Yes, sir. That's the best estimate I have right now. Yeah.
Flight from guidance.
Yeah.
One of his concerns may have been with the AGS. We reported he initialized the AGS with the wrong K factor. I thought in my mind that got to him. I guess it didn't. We did say leave it alone, didn't we?
Yes.
We report it later. Okay. I didn't dream he'd use the AGS, sir.
Oh, okay. Do you think it would help to tell him that?
You might tell him that's why his AGS, he didn't have the K factor.
Capcom, copying that.
Tranquility, Houston, go.
let's let them lock on.
It just lost clock, Rob.
Roger. We had about 20-some points before you did that. And for your information, the reason the eggs is a little different there. The reason the eggs is a little different is because the K factor is a little bit wrong.
Has he already gone on? Okay. Okay, has he already gone overhead, or do you want to try and get it locked on again?
Guidance, try to lock on again? Yeah, go ahead, Captain.
Houston, Columbia, you got down 49, 5 good mark.
Flight us.
Tranquility, affirmative, try to lock on again.
And did you copy?
And you lose him at about 29 minutes, 35 seconds.
We're picking up the data, and I suspect the CSM's gone, although...
Okay, you have a real quick procedure how to do that.
Okay,
Columbia, Houston, say again about your down 49. I got 5 good marks. You got down 49. When you get everything you need up and down, like, let me know.
We're pulling it in, stand by.
Okay, Capcom, stand by.
Columbia, Houston, stand by 1.
Flight FAO.
Go ahead.
He's in mode 2 RR, and he probably can't lock on anymore since he's in mode 2. That's affirmative, flight.
Can you give me a positive suggestion? Going into
Can't lock
mode
on
1?
anymore.
Can't lock on?
Might as well just let it go. Too late.
Flight, we have the data, and I suspect CSM is just...
Rob, did you say on a 526 alarm to proceed or do group 32?
I didn't
Roger, radar thinks that the range is greater than 400 miles now.
So you ready to give up on terminate P-22?
Tranquility, base Houston, recommend you terminate P-22. Over.
We have his data. He can terminate P-22 and the CMC also.
Same for the
Roger, will do.
Capcom.
And Columbia, Houston, same for you. You can terminate P-22. I am. I'm already past. Roger.
Okay, P-22 is terminated. Telcom flight.
Go flight.
Can we, at this point, get your ranging turned on?
No reason why we can't fly.
Is that all we have to do is helmet turn on the ranging switch?
I'm staying at P-22 here a second just to record you down 89 and then over 34.
Copy, flight, that's good.
Good.
Columbia, Houston, Roger, we copy, and that's good.
S-band function switch to range.
Okay, is network ready to range?
That's a negative flight. When you get them in the spacecraft, I'll go ahead and get the network configured.
Fido, do you know we're going to begin ranging?
Say again, flight.
We're going to begin ranging now.
Roger.
Is that okay?
Affirmative.
Capcom S-band function switch to range. We're going to do some ranging on the limb.
Capcom, Roger, and I'll also give them the updated K.
Yeah. Thank you.
Tranquility, Houston.
Roger, go ahead.
Roger, request S-band function switch to range. We're going to do some ranging on you. Also, I have an updated AGS K factor. When you're ready to copy, over.
Roger, go ahead with the K factor.
Roger, 119 plus 59 plus 59.92. Over.
Right, a little closer this time. 119, 59, 5992. Over.
Tranquility, Houston, read back correct.
Guidance control Telcom, okay, we have to press on into this checklist. We got a ways to go yet. We're at an hour and 50 minutes from liftoff.
That's fine.
Ecom, GNC, anything for the CSM?
Negative, flight. Flight Econ, if we have dead period, the readouts.
Say again?
If it's a quiet period for Columbia, the readouts, please, on the bats.
BATC and Pyros, is that right?
Roger.
Okay. Capcom, when Columbia has time, BATC readouts and Pyros.
Capcom, Roger.
And Columbia's looking good to us.
Columbia, Houston, this is Frank Roy. I see what you mean now about the K factor. Roger. That's Columbia, go ahead. And I'd like to know about this C-52 coming up. Is that the one I just completed, or do you want to pair up back to back?
Guys, you want another one?
Negative.
You're okay. He doesn't need to do one unless he wants to.
Columbia, Houston, you do not need to do another P-52 unless you want to. Break, and also Columbia, when you get a chance, request BATC and the Pyro readouts, over.
Quiet retro.
Go ahead.
K factor improper.
Okay. It's what?
It's improperly.
Properly, okay. I thought you said improper.
FC says 37 volts even.
37 volts on C.
Pyro A, 37.
Copy.
Pyro B, 37.
Thank you.
Columbia, Houston, Roger, we copy, thank you. Bat B is 37. Bat A is 36, so I think the gauge is stuck. Roger. And you're looking good to us, Columbia.
Flight Econ, that's okay. That's what we read.
Flight fighter.
Go ahead.
10 seconds for a channel to channel.
Keep it that way.
What do you want?
I want to restart the DSC. I wrote material. Take 10 seconds.
Fido, yeah.
Okay.
GNC, Ecom, okay. Telecom control. Go.
You're coming up on a Verb 45 enter to reset the surface flag.
Copy,
Flight
guys.
guidance, negative. Have him hold off on that.
Columbia, Houston, negative, stand by on the Verb 45.
Where do you want to stand by?
Roger that.
When do you want him to do that?
Guidance, got a further comment on that subject?
Second flight.
We left them hang and we told them not to do the Verb 45.
Oh, yes. Tell him to wait till after uplinks here.
Columbia, I figure I got about 5 hours good sleep, although you guys probably know better than I do.
Copy.
Columbia, Roger, we copy.
Capcom, do you understand what guide said? I still don't.
Capcom.
Flight this guidance.
Go.
We have 2 uplinks here to the CMC.
Oh, okay.
Wait till after that before he resets the surface.
You ready for him?
No.
Okay. Capcom, the reason we ask them wait is we have a couple of vectors coming to them. As soon as we give them those, we'll do the Verb 45. Let them know that, okay? Shortly on the vectors.
Vectors are coming shortly, is that what we're saying?
And then we'll do the Verb 45.
Roger.
Columbia, Houston, we've got a couple more vectors to send up to you. They'll be coming up shortly, and then you can do the Verb 45 after you get those in. Over. Okay, that's fine. Just want to make sure that we're both in sync on the order. Roger.
Control, how are we doing on configuration? What order do you figure they are in the checklist? Control.
Go ahead, Mike.
Where are they in the checklist? Best you can tell.
Best you can tell, they just did the top of Surface 49 and
49.
yeah, and they're now back probably over to Surface 52. Be coming down in that very shortly. They just did the update. Yeah, okay. Flight, y'all. They're at the top of Surf 52 checklist.
Okay.
Yes, firmly, they are. They have to go back and pick up 49.
Okay, stand by then for the RCS.
Firmly, fight.
Columbia and Tranquility Base. This is Houston. In case you haven't noticed, the missed-in relay is not activated at this point. Columbia and Tranquility Base, this is Houston. In case you haven't noticed, the missed-in relay is not activated. So I can go ahead and relay anything if you want to talk directly.
Be advised, we've got showing red right now. We just put a verb 77 in. I believe it's
the line. Okay, no transfer. Control, copy that. Next line. Static.
Tranquility Base, Houston. We've got a lot of static down here. Can you say again?
Roger, we have 4 out of 8 repair talkbacks indicating red. We still have the circuit breakers out as of right now. I believe at the moment we have just entered a verb 77 on page 52 and are ready to proceed with the hot fire. Is it normal to have these 4 red flags?
Just go ahead and reset the flag and proceed with the hot fire.
Is that, you think it's okay then?
Primarily, we have the network kind of earlier.
See if you think that we did it earlier.
Tranquility Base, Houston, we think that's okay. Go ahead and reset them and press on with the hot fire. Over.
Flight guidance.
Yeah.
CM, accept. 2 back.
Go and accept it.
Columbia, Houston, request to and accept. We'll send some state vectors up to you. Yeah, go and accept.
Go when you got it good. Control.
Go ahead.
Do you think that the are indicating red because of earlier activity? What is it that would cause the thrusters to be commanded earlier?
DAP had some errors in it while they were trying to command the jet and no DCA records in.
Do we know that?
Yeah, we saw some DAP activity.
When did that happen?
It happened earlier here a while ago. We had some jet drivers on before he went to CDU 0.
Just minutes ago or hours ago?
Just about an hour ago, right, when we first came up.
Okay, I'm surprised you didn't mention it.
Well, it's what we expected to see.
Okay. Still unheard to mention it.
Roger, flight.
when you see the hot fire?
We just finished the first part of the flight. That's okay. You can see right now.
Which part is that?
Relay command and things.
Okay. Look good?
First indications are good. We're looking at the chart orders now.
second part of it.
Let me know when you can give me a go on that.
Flight guidance.
Go.
We have a lot of data dropout. It's going to be a while here.
Flight econ? Go. Okay, listen, it's really bad. We ought to go high gain. I've got pitch yaw for Capcom here.
Capcom, pitch yaw angles for the high gain on the CSM. Let's get the load done. Control, how we doing?
Okay, flight from control, the RCS hot part looks okay.
You did? Those parts?
Affirmative.
Okay.
Houston Tranquility.
Looks good to us.
I used Capella on the last sighting, and it's a good ways near the edge, good ways away from the center of DTET 4. I'm wondering if it would pay any to use Alpharat's star number 1. It might be a little closer. However, it would delay things a little since I'd have to designate the radar out of the way. Over.
Flight FAO, I don't think we've got the time. Alpha 6 star, but I don't think we've got the time.
Tranquility, Roger, we copy standby 1.
I concur.
And break, Columbia. We're having a little trouble getting the stuff in there. Request high gain. Pitch -20. Yaw +150. Over.
Capcom for Tranquility, we prefer to save the time. Have them press on with Capella. Right, FAO?
Roger, flight.
And Tranquility, Houston, we prefer to save the time. Press on with Capella. Over. Roger.
And RCS check looked good to us, Capcom.
And Tranquility, Houston, the RCS check looked mighty fine to us. And look good up here.
Okay, everybody. Finished the hot fire. We're going into another P-57, and there's a fair amount of work.
Columbia, Houston, over.
An hour and 38 minutes ignition. And we've lost the CSM, com. Capcom, any suggestions? Or do you want us to keep trying?
Just keep trying, flight.
Capcom, give him another call. Get to finish up that load.
Columbia, Houston, over. Columbia, Houston, in the blind, high gain, pitch -20, yaw +150.
His computer was in whether we liked or did not like that load.
Okay. I can hear you, Steve.
I'm having trouble with my headset, Glenn. I think.
Okay. Boy, now it's here.
Okay, I'm sorry. It might be your AirPod.
Well, we still have respond. Guidance, is the LEM proceeding all right now? Where are they?
Doing an ag gyro cal now, flight.
Flight guidance.
Yeah, go ahead.
He should not be doing his 57 until 50 minutes to go to liftoff. He's in 57 time. We don't want to start that.
Houston Tranquility, could you give me the take portion of the ascent pad so I can load it in for P57, over? Tranquility, Roger, standby 1. We want to wait on the P57 until about take minus 50 minutes, over.
Standby minute.
Do you want him to do the P57 now?
No.
You don't want him to do anything at all?
Not right now, not until time. We'll get the take for him in just a minute.
We'll get the take, but the guys want to delay the P57 so they get a good drift rate. Is that what you're saying to me?
The closer to liftoff we do this,
Well, he'll do it again.
flight.
Is that what your concern is? Why don't we ask him that?
He should be doing but 2 P57s. He should do this second one at 50 minutes prior to liftoff. He's packing food now. We'll have the pad in just a minute. Okay. I'll be off a loop for a second. I'll change the headset out.
Okay. Control flight.
Go ahead, Mike.
Have you evaluated the NBDs for the last 3 lines?
The IREG drifts that we have are...
Columbia, Houston, over.
Control, are you coming to me when you get your reports in? So you're okay on those now, right?
Yes, sir, flight.
Okay. The reason I'm asking this...
I got the guy that talked earlier about the IREG drift. I wasn't aware you wanted a...
Okay.
Okay.
Contact AFD, Houston contact loop.
Go ahead, sir.
Are we good through on the receive side?
Say again, sir?
Are we good on the receive circuit from Madrid?
That's affirmed, sir. The reason why we're not seeing anything from the CSM at this time is due to very low signal strength, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. He's down to about a minus 141 of 142.
We'll never get through there, will we?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Right.
Would you try Columbia again, please?
Columbia, Houston, over.
Okay, we're in the gyro cal now in the Ags. Control, would you let me know how that turns out?
Okay, we just had to change the flight and we'll read out the values here.
Flight answer.
Go ahead.
Okay, the drifts on the IMU there were all less than 1.5 Meru, and we feel that's partially caused by the fact that the previous...
Yeah, is the IMU good?
It's go. We should need no 52s during rendezvous.
Say again, no what?
52s during rendezvous.
You don't need it. Okay. Capcom, there's the ascent pad. When you read it up, let them know that we may be updating the cross-range information, but that's the best we have right now. Fido, does this represent an update to the CSM as a result of the last P2?
P22?
Yeah.
We've just processed the P22 based on the Rev 23 radar data, and it shows no update required flight. So we have to process it with the data that was taken during the P22.
You still may update the cross range, is that correct? Okay. Capcom, the pads are good. We may be updating the cross range later on.
Okay, I still don't have the CSM, but I'll give him his tags later on when I get it.
As a matter of fact, before you read these, why don't we see where Buzz is? He's liable to be busy. Finishing something up here.
Houston, Tranquility. It turns out that D10-4 is usable anyway with the yaw that we have because the Earth appears in both D10-2 and D10-3.
Yeah.
Tranquility, base Houston, roger. Columbia, Houston, over. Tranquility, Houston, I have your LEM ascent and CSI data pads when you're ready to copy. We're ready to copy. Roger, LEM ascent pad. TIG 124 22 0000. Down 76. 55349 00322 plus 0017 Beta 47 plus 37104 minus 70470 plus 58604 plus 56936.
Flight network.
Go ahead.
Okay, we went upwind.
Your LEM weight.
To CSM, and we now have it down.
10837.
Okay, we're busy talking. We'll pick them up in a minute. Thank you.
Your T14. 126 plus 20 plus 12. Over.
Yeah. Gyro calibration is complete, and it is go.
What was the return?
Like 405 degrees fry.
Down 76.
That's the Z, Y, and X.
Roger, your cross range for now in 76. By the way, we may update this later. But now it is plus 0017. Over.
That is to say we may be updating it, Capcom.
Read back follows.
Okay.
TIG 124 22 0000 55349er 00322 plus 0017 plus 37104 minus 70470 plus 58604 plus 56936. LEM weight 10837. T14 126 2012. Go.
Tranquility, Houston, Roger, your readback correct. And now I have your CSI pad.
Guys, maybe get data back on the CSM.
Flight econ is dropping in and out.
Oh, we haven't had any chance to do.
Go on the CSI bid.
Roger, CSI pad. TIG of CSI. 125 19 3470. TIG of TPI. 126 57 00 00.
Okay, thank you.
981 05 03196, Beta 275, 04170, 986, plus 0532,
Go, flight. So we owe a state
plus
to the LAM.
0000,
And we're good on the gyro compensation,
Plus.
LGC, IMU.
0012. Tranquility, read back.
Roger, CSI follow as follows. Take 125193470. Take CPI 126570000. Now 81 0532 plus all zeros. 373 03196 275 04170. Now 86 plus 0532 plus 0000 plus 0012. Go.
Tranquility Base, Houston, your read back is correct.
And no need for any gyro compensation. Let's go, Capcom.
And Tranquility, no need for any gyro compensation. It's go.
Flight ECAM, I've passed some high gain.
Roger, understand.
Okay. Capcom, try Columbia.
Columbia, Houston, over. Columbia, Houston, incline, request high gain, pitch, -30, yaw, +170, over.
Capcom contact.
Capcom, you better,
That's all right, sir. I'm sorry. Disregard.
Ron, you better think about what Mike is going to need.
Columbia on high gain,
There
over.
it goes. Okay.
Roger,
You got high
Columbia.
gain on the Columbia.
We still need to finish your uplink there. And then I have your CSI and TPI times, and also the liftoff. Go ahead, ready, copy. Roger, LEM ascent liftoff time, 12422.
GNC,
00,
control and telecom.
00.
A consumable update to the flight plan at this time. I assume it's coming.
Your CSI TIG.
Okay.
Say again, CSI TIG 125193470. Your TIG of TPI 126570000. And the LEMS now 81 values for CSI 0532. That's 53.2 for WX. WY, all zeros. Columbia, Houston, over.
Guys, how you doing?
Roger, I read back, liftoff TIG 124.22 even, CSI 125, 19, 3470, DPI 126, 57 even, LEMS noon 81 for CSI 53.2 WX, over. Columbia, Houston, Roger, you read back correct.
How you doing, guys?
On the second load now.
Okay. And we should be finished that load shortly here at Capcom for him.
All right. When we get done with this load, I'll time at his computer and do Air 45.
Yep.
And we'll be set for him.
Okay.
Columbia, Houston, we're coming up with your second load now.
Control flight, how we doing? Lim.
Feel good. Looking good, flight.
Where are you? You holding at TIG-45?
Roger.
All right. Has he loaded those numbers in the AGS? Yeah,
That's affirmative.
he loaded them all.
Affirmative.
Okay. All loaded then.
Yes, sir.
His computer flight.
Capcom CMC is his. For 45 enter.
Roger. Columbia, Houston, the computer is yours, and you can do your verb 45 enter now. Roger, going to block and verb 45 enter. Roger.
Yeah, control copy that he loaded the azimuth information into the AGS. Right?
How's the black team today? All primed and ready to go? You betcha there, Mike.
Guys, all the surface flags, etc. okay?
Stand by 1-2. Yes, we're okay now. He's really set there.
Okay, now let me see if everybody in the room where you stand. Near as I could tell, we're at TIG-45 in the FLAM checklist. We're at 1 hour and 19 minutes to go. We still are open on the cross range. We still have to close that out. I've told Fido I want an answer on that by LOS plus 20, which is 123.06, 08, 123.48 or thereabouts, 123.50. And that's about a half hour prior to liftoff. Right, Fido? Fido flight?
Stand by, second flight.
Flight Fido.
Okay, I want the cross-range subject brought to a head by 123.50, 20 minutes after LOS, so we know what to do at that time. Okay?
Some 5 minutes, 35 seconds away from loss of signal with a
As soon as you can.
spacecraft Columbia before it goes on the far side of the moon.
Okay, and
24th
to my
revolution.
knowledge, that's all we have open, except we
1
have
hour,
a couple of
18 minutes
consumable reports due to the crew,
ascent,
and the first one's due to the
ignition,
CSM.
and following that,
G&T
the
com, you have that available?
rendezvous sequence.
Flight we've already given that
Completed with
How about
the
giving it to
docking
Capcom?
at 128 hours approximately.
Who have you given it to?
FAO. Same flight I was.
We'll continue to monitor air ground here as
Canada probably has it.
the data is passed up to the crew for the upcoming
We gave it at 121 hours.
day's
We had it
activities.
ahead of time.
Sorry.
He was supposed to give it
All
to the guy
control
on the
standing
ship.
by at 123 hours and 3 minutes.
Flight Telcom, you have ours.
Yeah. Here you go. Where is it?
And Capcom also has it.
Okay, he's got a copy then, huh? Okay. If we can round up the CSM, we're even with the plan. Gene Cini, how about give him a copy of yours?
Columbia, Houston, about 3 minutes to LOS, and I have your consumables update. Ready, copy. Roger, at 123 plus 00. RCS total, minus 7%. Alpha, minus 12%. Bravo, plus 4.5. Charlie, minus 7. Delta, minus 6.5. Your hydrogen total, minus 1.4 pounds. Oxygen, plus 1.7. Over.
Flight Econ, go. We're looking good for LOS.
Okay. GNC?
Roger.
Good for LOS.
However, Piggy does hydrogens and oxygens out a couple days ago. Must know what he's doing. Okay, I think I read that oxygen. It's a plus 17 pounds. All right. Still close. Roger.
Flight Econ, looks like we've had LOS.
Go ahead.
LOS CSM flight.
It's early. Sure. Okay.
Flight Econ.
Go ahead.
You're right, that was early. He was in the... That's what'll happen.
Eagle and Columbia, this is the backup crew. Our congratulations to yesterday's performance, and our prayers are with you for the rendezvous. Over. Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Jim. Well, a lot of help down there, Jim.
It looks like someone gave us an Omni. That's what we got data back.
Okay. Standard LOS.
Roger.
Okay, Fido for play.
Flight Fido.
I'm standing by for a discussion of the out-of-plane when you get it, okay?
Affirmative.
Hey, flight, that's LOS.
LOS on Columbia.
Roger.
Okay, Control, Telcom.
Control here.
We have all the checklist changes up to them.
This is Apollo Control.
All right.
That's affirmative.
We've had
Telcom, when
loss
do
of
we finish
signal
this
with
range
Columbia.
business?
Going behind the moon.
We can quit anytime.
Toward the end of that pass, Apollo 11 backup
Fido
commander
flight.
Jim Lovell, who's had
Flight Fido.
some experience
Is the
in
requirement for the
lunar missions,
ranging finished?
came up with his congratulations for a job well
Trying
done.
to determine when I go back
Mentioned
to
that he would
normal
be here giving
configuration
moral
on the
support
switch.
Stand by 1.
during the rendezvous sequence to follow.
Flight Econ, 2.
Yes.
There will likely be further communications with Eagle until command module comes around the corner again, some 44 minutes from now. We'll bring the circuit back up as communications resume, perhaps playing catch-up with tape recordings. And at 123 hours, 10 minutes, ground elapsed time, 1 hour, 11 minutes to ignition. This is Apollo. Stand by. Let's listen in again.
Willing to give you a few comments with regard to the geology question of last night. landed in a relatively smooth crater field of elongate secondary, circular secondary craters, most of which have rims irrespective of their raised rims, irrespective of their size. That's not universally true. There are a few the smaller craters around which do not have a discernible rim. The ground mass throughout the area is a very fine sand to a silt. And I'd say the thing that would be most like it on Earth is powdered graphite. Immersed in this ground mass are a wide variety of rock shapes, sizes, textures, rounded and angular, many with varying consistencies. As I said, I've seen what looks to be plain basalt and vesicular basalt, others with no crystals, some with small white phenocryst, maybe one less than 5%. And we are in a boulder field where the boulders range generally up to 2 feet, with a few larger than that. Now, some of the boulders are lying on top of the surface, some are partially exposed, and some are just barely exposed. And in our traverse around on the surface, and particularly working with the scoop, we run into boulders below the surface that is probably buried under several inches of the ground mass.
Tranquility Houston, Roger, very fine description.
Now, I suspect this boulder field may have some of its origin with this large, sharp-edged, blocky-rimmed crater that we passed over in final descent. Now, yesterday I said that was about the size of a football field, and I have to admit it was a little hard to measure coming in, but I thought that it might just fit in the Esterdome as we came by it. And the rocks in the vicinity of this blocky rimmed crater are much larger than these in this area, some 10 feet or so, perhaps bigger. And they are very thickly populated out to about 1 crater diameter beyond the crater rim. Beyond that, there's some diminishing, and even out in this area, the blocks seem to run out in rows with irregular patterns, and then there are paths between them where there are considerably less surface evidence of hard rocks. Over.
Yeah, Tranquility Base Houston, we copy. Thank you very much.
And they can go back to S-band function, switch off, reset, done with the ranging. Run.
And Tranquility Base, we're through with the ranging. You can take your S-band function and switch to off reset. Roger. And Tranquility, I have Flem consumables update for you. Roger, ready to copy. Okay, at 123 plus 00, RCS Alpha, 78%, PQMD. Bravo is 76%, PQMD. Descent O2 is 62%. Descent ampere hours are 590 remaining. Ascent ampere hours are 574 remaining. Over. Roger, copy. Sounds very good, thank you. Roger.
Okay, controllers, we have a little pause here for the next point in the checklist at TIG minus 45. I'd like everybody to go over the configuration as of now. I'd like you to go back and press on the people in the back room to see if there's anything else that we need to consider at this point or consider for the rest of the day in the ascent rendezvous up the docking phase. I'm going to be around in a couple of minutes to get your status, and let us be sure that we get whatever people want to talk about discussed on the net. At this time, to my knowledge, there aren't any open items, and we've closed all the checklist items that we have to radio up. So I'll be around in about 5 minutes.
Flight FAO.
Yep.
Flight, we recommend, after looking at the sun angles and all, detent 6, both Sirius and Rigel are in detent 6 for the P-57. He doesn't have to move the rendezvous radar for that detent, and he's got 2 real good bright stars in there, and the sun angle's real good. It's about 50 degrees.
Okay, guidance, you copy?
Sounds good, Flight.
Capcom, why don't you radio that up and give Buzz time to think about it. D10-6, Sirius and Rigel, we think that ought to be good for him for P-57.
Flight, you might mention that the sun angle is 55 degrees on Rigel and 43 on Sirius.
Copy. Ron? Yeah.
Copy.
Tranquility Base, Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
Roger. For your P-57 here, we did a little looking around, and it looks like Sirius and Rigel out of detent 6 would be real good on that. Sun angle on Sirius is about 43 degrees, and on Rigel it's about 55 degrees. Over.
Roger, Houston. The only trouble is that the sun is in number 5, the closed one, and it appears to also be close enough to D10-6 to shine on the far side of the cone, and it completely obscured D10-6. I'm unable to use that at all.
Okay, we understand it now. Thank you.
Didn't expect it to scatter off the other side of the detent there, Flight. I'll have to check on another star.
Flight Fighter.
Go ahead.
4 high-speed radar sites in the building and verified.
Okay. Okay, where are we here? Okay, 10 minutes to your plane discussion, Alfano.
Affirmative, we're working it.
Capcom, I don't recall us ever telling them that, by way of info, that the circuitry looks normal to us after the ascent engine arm circuit breaker was closed some time ago.
Roger, thank you. No, I haven't. Tranquility, Houston. For your information, the circuitry looks real fine on that ascent engine arm circuit breaker.
Roger. I don't think I could get it out now if I wanted to.
Okay.
Roger, we copy.
And it looks like in D10-6 I can pick up Venus right at the fringe, but I can't get anything else.
Okay.
Roger.
Flight FAO.
Okay.
He'll then have to move the rendezvous radar to get a good star, and he ought to start the P-57 a little early if he's going to move the rendezvous radar.
And by the way, Houston, our ADA antenna did retract.
Roger, mighty fine, thank you.
Say again, Flight?
The TIG-minus 45-minute checklist has him moving it.
Roger, Flight. That's if he couldn't find anything in the rear detent, and I think he ought to start a little earlier because it's been taking him a little bit longer than expected.
What time do you want to start?
We'd like to start about TIG-minus 50.
Okay.
About 5 minutes early.
Okay. Capcom, for Buzz's consideration also, we would think he ought to start the TIG-minus 45-minute point in the checklist at TIG-minus 50 because he looks like to us like he's going to have to move the rendezvous radar.
Roger. And Flight, Alpha Rats is in detent 3 and it's almost in the middle of detent 3, which is a good start.
He asked us about that one earlier.
Flight Control.
Come.
Okay, are you ready to take an input on what we want to do as far as news items coming up here, anything we need?
Yes.
Okay, just got an input.
This Capcom, can I, let me get him to get started a little earlier first.
Yes, go ahead.
Tranquility, Houston. Roger, go ahead. Roger, looks like you're going to have to reposition the radar here. We suggest you may want to start your TIG-minus 45 minute point in the checklist at about TIG-minus 50, over. Roger. Why do you think I need to move the radar? Well, we thought that you probably wouldn't be able to get the stars there.
Flight Alpha Rats is a good star in detent 3.
That's what you thought he was going to use.
If he wants a bright star with no sun at all.
Capcom, the reason for that is there's a good star, Alpha Rats, in detent 3 position. But that would...
On the rear detent, the radar could be pointing plus X, and I'll be using right rear. That's okay.
You okay?
Roger, that's fine.
What's he using, FAO? Okay. I thought he named the star that he was going to use. Capella is what he used before. Control.
You said right rear detent, Flight.
Control, what were you going to tell me?
Okay, we've got a recommendation from SPAN which we concur with on positioning of the our antenna during ascent since it's being unpowered. And it is as follows. On surface 57, where we position the antenna, trunnion stays at plus 180, shaft should be changed to 335.
Capcom. A late item based on
This is Apollo Control.
leaving the
Some 57 minutes,
rendezvous
22
radar off
seconds
for
away from
ascent.
ignition
Is
on
the
the limb
position
ascent.
on page
back
surface
into lunar orbit.
57. Position
Some
at
30 minutes
trunnion
away
180
from
shaft
acquisition of
335.
the spacecraft Columbia as it comes around again on the 25th
One thing we
revolution.
may wish...
Well, wait a minute. Can I finish? Let me finish that one up. Okay, Capcom.
And the latest information from the scientific
One thing
experiments
we may
placed on the
wish
lunar
to
surface
just tell the
last
crew,
night by the Apollo 11 crew.
If we do have problems with the
Our
zero
science
antenna
support
lift
room
off,
here
it
at
would
Mission
be
Control
forward
Center
on the
reports
right lift
receiving
off.
continuous data
And
from the passive seismic
within 30
experiment.
to 60 seconds thereafter, aft omnis
The
gets raced
passive
away.
seismic experiment, part of the early Apollo science experiment package, which has the acronym ESAP, recorded the astronauts' footsteps on the moon.
About 30 to 60
Also
60
sent down
seconds
signals when the
after
crew
liftoff, and then
climbed up the ladder back into the Eagle, and recorded a strong signal when the expended portable life support backpacks and other pieces of equipment were jettisoned out Eagle's front hatch.
Tranquility.
Let's rejoin the conversation.
I have one more late checklist change there on rendezvous radar position for liftoff. Over. It's on page surface 57. Roger, go ahead. Okay, on surface 57 there, and your verb 21, noun 73. Trunnion, leave it at 180. The shaft, we'd like 335. Over. Roger, understand. Shaft 335. Roger, and if the steerable doesn't quite hack it on liftoff, it looks like the forward Omni is good for about 30 to 60 seconds after liftoff, and then the aft Omni antenna is good for the rest of the ascent. Over.
Okay, all positions, I'd like the final status. We're moving into the final checklist items. Retro status for our ascent.
Retro's go.
Fido, anything?
Yeah, two things, Flight. I've just checked the liftoff time. We sent them based on this latest batch of data. It's still good. It's changed 1 second, but you know, that's kind of granular.
Houston, we've got two angles here at 3 minutes in ascent. Would you confirm those? Pitch 134 and yaw minus 32, over. We confirm those, Flight.
Confirm, Capcom. Verify.
Tranquility base, Roger, we verify those are correct.
Fido, liftoff time is okay. Proceed.
Okay, now for the cross range, we think that what we have now and what we had before is the best estimate of where the limb really is. We want to leave it right there where it is. And the worst thing that can happen to us, the absolute worst thing based on all the different solutions we've got since they landed, is something like a 30 foot per second plane change during the rendezvous sequence.
Okay.
I expect something much, much smaller than that.
What is our confidence in the present location? High?
70-30, I think, maybe something on that order.
It's fairly high.
Yes. I think the crew should probably be alerted that they got a maybe plane change to look for, but I don't believe it's anything bad.
Our confidence is fairly high in the location, however, we could have a plane change.
That's affirmative.
Okay.
This is Apollo Control. Your Mission Control Center. Director Glenn Lunny is polling the various positions here in the control room on their readiness to go ahead with the ascent on this next
guidance,
pass as the command module comes around the moon, and we're some 53 minutes now away from ascent.
Control, how about you?
Meanwhile,
we're
back
playing
in
air flight, have nothing additional.
scientific experiment situation, another attempt to schedule a day to shoot another laser beam up to the laser retroreflector, which is the other part of the experiment package left on the moon.
Surgeon.
The seismic experiment will continue to record and send back measurements to Mission Control, and will probably receive its strongest signal when the ascent engine ignites and starts Eagle on its way into lunar orbit and rendezvous with Columbia.
Is that EMU just answered?
EMU, go ahead.
Okay. I'm expecting you to be standing by
There's
down there
considerable
when we
amount
get
of
the
conversation going on with the crew, even though command module or Columbia is behind the moon at this time.
Let me see up on the row up here. Anything over here?
Disconnecting the air ground line
Network?
and
Anything?
be in a tape playback mode. We'll leave the circuit up all the way through to
Anything for status?
Negative.
loss of signal
Okay,
on the next
Capcom, why don't you give him a call and let him know that all is looking good for ascent.
At 123 hours, 29 minutes.
We're fairly confident we have the landing point pinned down. However, it is possible that he could see a plane change due to our complete confidence in knowing where the limb is on the surface. Plane change on the order of, worst case, 30 feet a second. Also, ask them about the primary canister, if they did dump that last night.
Roger. Tranquility Base, Houston.
Go ahead.
Roger, Eagle's looking real fine to us down here. We have a fairly high confidence that we know the position of the limb. However, it is possible that we may have a planes change, but in the worst case, it would be up to 30 feet per second. And of course, we don't expect that at all.
Okay.
And the canister, Captain.
Houston, Tranquility Base. Since we're still got plenty of time, I think I'll go ahead and recycle on this 604.
That's okay.
Okay.
Although he did real good on
Tranquility, Roger, that's okay with us. And we assume that the primary canister is still aboard. Is this correct?
We have one primary canister on board and one secondary. The other primary is out in front of the C plus B pad, over.
Okay.
Roger, we copy. Thank you.
We copy, fine.
Guidance flight.
Go ahead.
I assume that last P-57 took care of your pause there at Mustatus. Is that right?
We're not through with it yet, Flight. He just measured the first gravity.
Okay.
The thing looks consistent today.
That is affirmative.
Hey, that's affirmative.
Great.
My guys, looking great.
Look at that. 4 zeros and a 1.
That's right. That's the consistency on the gravity flight. Telcom, Capcom here, Lou.
Go ahead.
Yesterday you gave Charlie a pitch antenna position type thing. I can't find it around here. Do you happen to have a spare copy of it?
Get you one?
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Okay.
Okay, gentlemen, we're moving into the last P-57 prior to launch.
Control procedures.
Go ahead. They're standing by the Calva sites at this time.
Roger, I got to plug in?
Say again?
I got to plug in?
Yes, sir.
Roger.
Go ahead.
He's there, ready to go.
Roger.
Flight Capcom, control mentioned something about the P-52 being good and they wouldn't have to do one. Is that just a guess now on his part, or are we recommending they don't do a P-52 after insertion?
Which ship are you talking about?
LEM.
No. We plan a P-52 after insertion, right, Control and the guys?
Okay.
We plan one. The only reason we would drop one, if the time got compressed, we'd prefer the radar marks to a P-52. Guidance flight, you're set up down there to estimate the time to go to CSI and cut me off at 30 minutes, right?
30 minutes is what you want, yeah.
30 minutes we proceed in a P-20.
Right, and you can simply just subtract our pad time, 30 minutes from that, and that'll be time on the clock.
Okay, well, you keep me advised of that, okay?
Yes, sir. We'll be telling you about the P-52, how it's going and such.
Okay.
Okay, Capcom, copy.
Telcom network.
How's he doing, guidance? Taking marks?
Yes. He's doing his averaging on the star right now.
Okay. Telecom flight.
Go flight.
Don, what's your channel, please?
I'm on channel 31 flight.
Thank you. Guidance, what step is he on here? 5471.
He's still averaging, I'm sure.
Okay. You haven't seen torque and angles?
Negative, I'll let you know when we do.
Okay. Control flight. Go ahead, fine. Okay, then shortly thereafter, you better check that you get your radar where you want it. Rod. Okay. Guidance flight.
Go.
Let's review for me, if you can, a minute. Now, the last step we have in the list of things we can do is to go to AGS control and let them fly the pings attitude errors.
Oh, you mean if we have these recurring alarms?
Yes.
Yes.
That's all we have left to do, right?
Other than go AGS auto. Other than fly the AGS. To save the pings, yes.
Okay. I assume that you will call that based on what we're faced with and what the navigation looks like. So.
Right. The way I intend to play it is this. If the navigation in both systems is as good as they were during the descent, and I have no reason to believe they won't be, if we get something like that, we'll get on AGS auto. That's the way I would think we should play it.
If you get on something like what?
Like a reoccurring alarm, much worse than we had yesterday. You know, one that would tend to make the disky get locked up or something.
Okay.
I would tend to go AGS auto and use the pings as a backup for each H-dot.
Okay, but if we had something like we had yesterday, we just press on.
You bet. We'll just be giving goes, telling that everything looks fine to us, and keep staying on the pings.
Okay. And one more time, there was a display that he might look at that might be kicked away. What was that?
That's a 985. That's his VGO.
You copy that one, Captain?
Residuals. And the Capcom Roger briefed.
985 might get kicked out. Go on VI is what we should tell him.
Yes.
Okay.
Roger.
Look at those, guidance.
Right, very good.
Torque and angles are less than tenths.
Yes, sir. Less than the tenth in all axes. Very good.
Houston, did you copy
Beautiful.
905, and are you looking at 93 over? Tranquility Base, it's beautiful. Okay, well, proceed. Roger. I know where the star is. I'm not sure the pings knows where gravity is. Okay.
Fido flight. One last time. Cross range numbers on the pad are correct. Huh?
Affirmative.
Plus 1.7.
Affirmative.
Positive.
Affirmative.
All right. Guidance flight.
Go fly.
Reading a verb 22 now 73 or verb 21 now 73?
for this?
He's loading in, he's working with the radar flight.
Yeah, I'm questioning the verb. I thought it was 21, but it's 22.
No. Second register. 22 is load second register.
Oh, okay. Oh, understand. With you. Okay. Okay, control? Flight control. There goes your shaft number. Flight control. Yes. There goes your shaft number, right?
It appears he's trying to do this and his arm motion there, he just went to, should be an LGC, okay? He's trying to do it manual. Okay, he's got it now. Okay.
Okay, then we're coming up on take minus 35 minutes in the checklist. That's about where we are. As soon as he sets the cameras. Guidance, what is that display?
Say again, Father?
What is that display in the display?
Stand by. We're checking.
Flight control.
Go.
One reason he may have gotten a caution there is he positioned the antenna fairly close to the mode limit, and if he continually gets it, he may load in something like 334 degrees, fast 335, and be okay.
Surgeon from flight. Surgeon from flight.
No flight.
It sounds like a lot of noise coming from over there. Thank you.
I used to need your angles, not ours.
Yes, what do you want to do there?
Flight. Make it 334 flight.
Make it 3-3.
Roger, Tranquility standby for some change or modification of the
1
angle.
degree is going to make a difference, control?
Should make a difference.
334, Capcom.
Tranquility Base Houston, recommend 334, and that should just keep it out of the limits. Okay.
It's going to go on all during ascent. Control?
Negative flight.
All right.
If this doesn't work, do we have another recommendation? Okay, 1 Charlie.
Control flight, I assume you're going to have another one if it doesn't take.
Roger flight. Looks like we're there.
It's going to take?
Looks like we made it flight.
Okay. What was it doing, giving them an alarm there?
Roger.
Okay.
Bad gimbal angle input.
Okay. Let me know when he opens the circuit breaker.
Roger. Flight control R is off.
Okay. Okay, he's going to fix the camera, and then we're at TIG minus 35 in the checklist. Guidance flight. Control flight, have you seen a DAP yet?
Negative, flight, he has not gotten there yet. Flight control is proceeding now.
Okay. 12012. New limb weight.
Roger.
Flight, Telcom.
Yes.
Roger, we're running a little lower than current than we anticipated because of the rendezvous radar and also a little lower than we predicted anomaly. I don't think it hurts since we got the power to spare to go ahead and bring battery 5 and 6 on a little bit early.
Okay, where do you want to bring one?
Take 1 and 3 off at the same time and anytime you want to do it. The last 3 steps in surface 60. I'd like to make sure they are good and preconditioned for a launch flight.
Okay.
Flight control, DAP is loaded properly.
Okay. Normally they go on at what, 15?
Yeah, they're running a little bit behind in the checklist though, and I just hate to push it, Flight.
Okay. 27 to go.
Anytime's fine.
Okay, let's let them get through this bit of program 12 loading. Okay.
Roger, Flight.
NP12 now, Flight.
Okay. Capcom, you be in that conversation there?
Affirmative, and I hope they'll press run through the switches and get to that point, and then we can tell them at that time, can we?
Yeah.
Press on.
Yeah, I'm hoping they'll move smartly through the next 2 pages here. If not, we ought to call them by 22 or thereabouts. How's that, Telcom?
Sooner the better, Flight.
Yeah. I take it really you just as soon as go ahead and do that now, huh?
This is Apollo Control. We're some 3 minutes from acquisition time for Columbia as it comes around on the 25th lunar revolution.
CSM.
We've had acquisition with Columbia. Some 26 minutes away from ignition time on the ascent burn.
We've got data.
Placed Eagle back into lunar orbit.
Columbia,
Here we go.
Delta, over. Columbia, Houston, roger, loud and clear. And if you'd like to take it down, we have the latest position of Tranquility Base, over. Go ahead. Roger, it's just west of West Crater, Juliet .5/7.7, over.
Capcom 5. Sure. Okay, with the lower load,
Just west of D Crater, which is at Juliet .5 and 7.7, is that correct? Columbia, Houston, that is correct.
because of the lower load with the rendezvous radar off, we want battery 5 and 6 on now and battery 1 and 3 off reset.
Tranquility Base, Houston. Go ahead. Roger, because of the lower load with the rendezvous radar off, we'd like to have battery 5 and 6 on the line now, 1 and 3 off, over. Good work. Roger, thank you.
Okay, control, or Telcom?
Roger, flight.
Guidance, I didn't copy. Did the AGS get loaded all right?
We have a next step is lunar line in the eggs.
Okay.
This is Apollo Control, air mission control. The lunar orbit chart on the center blackboard has disappeared. We now have the
looking good here. Using
various scribing plotters projecting on the center blackboard to show the ascent.
Okay. And Ecom, you look
All of
okay?
these lines and the various colors are inscribed on by the three sources, primary guidance system, the abort guidance system, and the manned spaceflight network all mean something to flight dynamics officer. Let's rejoin the conversation.
Flight control, lag, literal line.
Okay.
Columbia is holding inertially liftoff attitude. My gap is configured as per my procedures at a time of 1:24:02.
Columbia, Houston, roger, we copy you.
Network fine. Network fine.
Flight network.
Just seen a blink of the CCAS lights.
That's affirmative. Which switch system? We had a fault on the online system.
Okay. My switch okay? FCM enough? Is it okay?
Roll.
Okay. What do you say, Captain?
Tranquility, Houston, say again.
Okay. Got that, GNC?
Houston, we were not calling. Roger, Columbia. Was that Bravo and Delta roll over?
Columbia, affirmative.
That's good, fine.
Roger.
All right, guys.
Go.
Looks real good in lunar line on the Ags.
Okay.
Flight network.
Go.
I'd like to recycle CP to get them in sync.
Hurry up. Recycling CPs, gentlemen. Control fine.
Go ahead, fine.
Let us know as much as you can follow of his switch configurations, okay?
Roger.
And let us know when you see that fuel and oxidizer vent. That'll be right after our launch guidance recommendation.
Roger.
Flight photo.
Go.
Going to 22T and full nets now.
Copy.
Flight network, CP's up.
Okay.
Give us FC mode, please.
Got it. Data, okay.
Columbia and Tranquility, I'll give you a mark at 20 minutes to go, and that's in about 20 seconds.
Flight guidance.
Go.
Back room has found a breakthrough. They need the rendezvous radar mode switch to LGC. They still want to remain the rendezvous radar circuit breakers pulled. They want to make sure that the rendezvous radar mode switch to LGC. They found something in the software.
Stand by.
I don't know what it is yet.
Mark,
But they really
20 minutes.
Are we positive of that?
They
Not
are
pass it up.
positive as they can be.
You want the rendezvous radar switch in LGC?
Rendezvous radar mode switch to LGC.
Can I... some kind of reason?
We'll try to get a better explanation now, but I recommend we get it set up.
Okay.
It is a MIT everybody recommendation.
Okay. Capcom flight.
Capcom, ready?
We want to have leave the rendezvous radar circuit breakers pulled, but we want the rendezvous radar mode switch in LGC.
Okay, I hope they got it squared away there.
So do I.
Okay, leave the circuit breakers pulled, but we want the rendezvous radar mode switch to AGC.
LGC.
To LGC, I'm sorry.
That's right.
Flight Capcom?
Go.
What do they say is the effect of that now?
I don't know.
Flight guidance, we could very well run a risk of putting the computer cycle up much higher than it should be. And this is the latest recommendation.
Okay.
I recommend we do it.
This time we go with it, Capcom.
Okay, it's already in his checklist that way. I'll just remind him.
Remind him, yeah.
Tranquility Base, Houston.
Go ahead.
Roger, just a reminder here, we want to make sure you leave the rendezvous radar circuit breakers pulled. However, we want the rendezvous radar mode switch in LGC, just as it is on Surface 5-9.
Okay.
All right, guys.
Go.
Latest word is that would cost you, could possibly, they think, cost you 15%. If you didn't do that.
Okay.
And I think we should go with that, and we did.
Okay, we're configured. Okay, guidance, we all know the recommendation on guidance system.
I like the pings.
Control, how about you?
Say again, Mike?
Guidance system recommendation for launch. Telcom cooling, okay?
That's the firm flight. We look real good. We're configured to egress at this time.
Okay, that is right there. Okay, we're just about there then, huh? Capcom, our recommendation for launch is pings cleared for takeoff.
All right. Tranquility Base, Houston.
Roger, go ahead.
Roger, our guidance recommendation is pings, and you're cleared for takeoff.
Roger, understand. We're number 1 on the runway.
Roger.
EDR in flight, stand by for apps press.
Okay, stand by for apps pressurization. There it is.
Apps pressurized flight.
Roger. Helium tank.
This is Apollo Control. We have confirmation on the ground that the ascent propulsion system propellant tanks have been pressurized.
Okay.
Houston, Tranquility. We're not sure that we got number 2 tank to fire. It's still showing a high pressure.
Control.
We confirm that flight. Try it again.
Okay, Capcom, try it again.
Roger, we confirm that. Try it again.
You also might select the tank.
Okay, we'll go to number 2 this time.
Roger, we concur.
Okay, but you won't be able to tell now, right? Lines are full.
Yeah, we'll see it. We should see it drop.
Roger, no fire.
Flight network, battle short. Thank you.
This is Apollo Control.
What was it
Network
prior
controller
to
just
this?
informed the flight director that
Same number?
items called battle shorts have been installed around the network. These are mechanical shorts of critical power supplies, transmitters, and the like, so that before they will go offline, they will actually burn up. In critical phases of the mission, they want to get as much data as possible
Tank 2 did go down
through
1
the burn.
PCM count.
So for that reason, any circuit breaking function of the equipment is inhibited with these battle shorts.
We're good on 1
Not
tank.
a piece of apparel.
only other thing we could suggest, Flight, is...
No, the point I'm making is we can fly in one tank.
15 minutes
all we
from
know
now.
both tanks are open.
That's right. The only other thing I could
Almost
suggest is
5,000
hold the
pounds
fire
of
switch
propellant
over
will
longer
be
than
run
just
through the
momentarily.
ascent engine
Okay,
to
did you
propel
copy what he was doing up
the
there,
inner
Control?
module upper stage or ascent
that he
stage
did select tank
to
2 by
velocity,
itself and
total
tried flying it. Is that
velocity
affirmative?
of 6,068 feet per second.
That's all we can do, isn't it?
That's all we can do, Flight.
Okay.
Go through a vertical rise phase at about 50 seconds after liftover. Liftoff will begin pitching over.
Control,
And some 168 miles downrange will be inserted into lunar orbit at about 60,000 feet above the surface.
Another thing, when we
We're in a
abort today,
balloon
you get the engine
of
on, that may
approximately
fire
45 nautical miles,
It's
half a revolution
likely
later
that it's already
on the
fired anyway.
far side of the moon. We'll continue to monitor air-ground here. We're some 1 hour away from loss of signal with the lunar module after its insertion.
Confirmation of Vital 2 blowing.
Eagle now
we would
13
recommend
minutes
no
away
ascent
from
speed.
13 minutes,
Due to the fact
23
we would be
seconds
using some of this
away from
pressurization for RCS
ascent
control
ignition.
if we did not blow but one final.
124 hours, 8 minutes.
Okay, would you come to me
Time in the
during
mission.
the ascent
All
phase?
controls standing
What
by.
would you do? Wait and see if you got behind?
Okay, what I would recommend is
It looks like there's very little difference between the two.
Capcom, President, it may be that it's
We've got number 2 reading 3050 and number 1 is reading 3,000 and it drops down to 2990. So I'm not sure it's really indicative that it didn't go. Over.
we copy.
We agree too.
Roger, we copy and we agree.
Flight control.
Yeah.
Let's press on nominal liftoff configuration with ascent feed. If we see Vital 2 not coming down, then we will ask them to open the main and close ascent feeds.
Independent of the rate at which helium tank 1 is coming down?
Right. Just the fact that tank 2 did not blow. That would be our confirmation.
Okay, that's your final recommendation?
Roger, Flight.
Capcom Flight?
Capcom, go.
Let them know that we'll watch that after takeoff, and if we don't get tank 2, we'll recommend them going to the RCS
Okay,
and
I
closing
assume we're going for liftoff and we'll proceed with the ascent feed.
That's right, and let them know that.
Roger, that's correct. And we'll go ahead and watch tank 2. If it doesn't, tank 2 doesn't decrease, we'll tell you to close the ascent feeds and open the shutoffs. Over.
Flight guidance.
Go.
Going eggs, initialize.
Okay.
Flight control.
Go.
We will be queuing on quantities only.
Okay, ascent feeds are open and shutoffs are closed.
Yeah,
There we go, close feed on.
Yep.
Okay. What were you telling me, Control?
Okay, this helium pressure curve is no good anymore. What we were talking about before, we can't use that, so it goes strictly on quantity delta, 2%. But if it didn't blow anyway, we're going to not ascent feed anyway. So
Okay, but we can also take a little time here and let the ascent stabilize
no hurry.
before we change
I think it
configuration.
blew myself.
Okay. Dip spin it okay, right?
Affirmative. We have dip vent okay. We have ascent feed on. Mains are closed. Cross feed is open.
Okay.
Flight Telcom.
Go ahead.
It's almost impossible for us to tell whether or not he's brought that steerable antenna out of SLU into auto track. I think it might be worthy of verifying that he has done this.
Okay. Isn't that in the checklist down there, track mode auto?
That's a firm flight. It is in the checklist.
Okay, 10 minutes. All looks good here at Capcom. We assume track mode auto.
Flight photo.
Go.
Ascent phase coming in.
Roger.
Tranquility Base, a little less than 10 minutes here. Everything looks good, and we assume the steerables are track mode auto.
Roger, it is in track mode auto.
Control?
Yep.
Apps holding steady, looks good.
Okay, and I'm going to want to let you take some time to look at this thing in terms of changing the configuration, because and I'm thinking on the order of 2 or 3 minutes. Is that about what you think?
Roger, I want to get a good confirmation of good ignition before I start looking at that.
This thing well underway.
Roger.
Anything like that.
I concur.
And both ED batteries are go. Tranquility, Houston, Roger.
Control flight. Control flight.
Go ahead, fine.
I want you to go over that recommendation one more time, Rod, in terms of disturbing the going control system.
Roger.
Okay, and I want to hear again from you before liftoff that that's absolutely what everybody would vote to do.
Roger.
Okay, coming up on take -5 where batteries 2 and 4 go off. Telcom, stand by.
That's a firm flight.
Battery 5 and 6 look good to you?
That's a firm flight.
Neil, I'm reading on VHF. You sound good. Yes, sir. Couldn't be better. It's just purring along.
Flight procedures. Doors are secured, press in.
I would remind everybody that after ascent and insertion, we have a lot of work to do in the room to prepare for CSI. So let's keep the room accordingly.
Flight control.
Go.
Okay, we reviewed this. Back room, fan, building 45. They concur on their recommendation that number bottle number 2 did not blow to open the mains, terminate ascent speed.
At a couple of minutes after
He had confirmed that it did not blow and everything settled out.
Okay, we're on ascent batteries.
That's a firm flight and it's pretty open.
Okay, on 11, defense PPA and defense PPA control. Circuit breakers open. Just the defense.
Buses look good to you?
PPA and defense PPA control open. Okay, that's good enough. Taking good to the outside. Okay, stabilization control circuit breaker off. Forward. Forward. Yeah. At the top. Brake scale 25. 25. At translation 4 jet. 4 jet. Balance couple on. Balance couple on. BPPA jet. Yep.
Push button reset. Port stage reset. Advanced minimum.
Yep.
Head control, remote control.
Approach control auto. Auto.
Crew of Eagle going through their pre-ignition checklist.
Okay, stand by for 2 minutes for the guidance steering in the ag.
Minutes to lift off, crew standing by and take -2 in the checklist. Fido, status?
We got it all, flight.
Guidance?
Waiting for guidance steering in 2 minutes.
Control? Where to go, flight? Falcon.
Go, flight.
Surgeon?
Go, flight.
Eagle Houston, you're looking good to us.
Roger.
Guidance computer aboard the LIM, or aboard Eagle, will be loaded with the program 12, powered ascent guidance. We'll continue to monitor now at 3 minutes 12 seconds away from ignition as crew of Eagle goes through their pre-launch checklist.
Just a reminder, the order is open RC at close ascent feed.
Open main shut off.
I mean, 6.9, that's not too, but
Control, we also want to close the cross feed. Yes. At what step? That'll be the last thing you did, okay?
Right, Fido.
Go.
Things and eggs selected for lift.
Okay. Coming up on take -2.
Coming up on 2 minutes.
Take -2.
Mark, -2 minutes.
Roger, guidance steering in the ag.
We see it. That looks good.
Okay.
Okay, master arm on.
Master arm.
Right, reset flight. Right, reset flight.
Second, I'm going to get abort stage, ignition arm.
Give me a car on your second to abort stage and arm.
Yeah,
Control. Second flight, still looking good.
Guidance reports both navigation systems on Eagle are looking good.
Good, Mike. Got that ascent code? This one? Place to put it? Yep. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, port stage, engine arm ascent, proceed. Stop! Look at that stuff go all over the place. Look at that shout out, beautiful. 26, 36 feet per second up. The Eagle is fine. Little pitch over. Very smooth.
CCP looks good, Mike. Magic.
Let's come along.
Magic.
Very quiet ride. There's that one crater in there.
Tank 2 is good, Capcom. No manual start override, flight.
1,000 feet high, 80 feet per second vertical rise.
You want it? Affirmative. No manual start override.
Eagle Houston, request manual start override.
Roger.
2,600 feet altitude.
No.
Eagle Houston, good.
Roger.
130 feet.
Very quiet ride. Just a little bit of slow wallowing back and forth. Not very much thruster activity.
Flight final, things missing, we're looking good.
Okay.
Roger, light 5.
Control, how's the helium? The helium look good all right? Okay.
700, 150 up, beautiful. 9,000.
Looking good, Captain.
Ag degrees within a foot per second.
Looking good, flight for all of you.
Alright. Good in 2, Captain.
Eagle Houston, you're looking good at 2. Ping, zags, and missed in, all agree.
That's a 170 up, beautiful, 14 times. Then a foot per second again, Ag to ping.
We see that, flight. Go, low systems.
Roger. Control, looking good, 5. Delta.
Looks real good. Looking good, flight.
Auto, all sources on the money.
Roger there.
Okay.
That band looks like it's holding good, Houston.
Yeah, okay.
Roger, we can get there. It's great.
1400, 180 foot.
Aldrin is reading the horizontal velocity first, and then the vertical velocity. Now 1,424 feet per second vertical velocity. 187 vertical velocity.
Eagle Houston, your go at 3 minutes. Everything's looking good.
Roger.
4 minutes, flight.
Roger.
4 to go.
Regular and H-Star. Coming up through, this is H-Star Max now.
Looking good, 5. Okay. Cap, looking good, dude. Conservative. Helium tracking. Coming right on down, looking good. Okay. Nominal usage, yeah.
Right,
Is that right? Roger.
we got right down US 1.
Down now?
Looks real good. Roger.
Right.
Go, low systems.
Real tight, huh?
Tighter than ever.
Okay. Righto.
Ike's now approaching 32,000 feet.
Okay.
All of you good.
That's 4, Captain. All good.
Eagle Houston, 4 minutes. You're going right down the track. Everything's great.
Horizontal velocity approaching 25
Roger,
feet per second.
Got the beam up there right now.
Roger.
3 minutes to go, flight.
Roger. 3 minutes to go. Looking good.
Some 120 miles to go until insertion.
Okay. Okay.
Go.
240 to go.
We got the manual start, right? Affirmative light. We have both auto and manual out. Okay. Auto will shut it off.
Okay, there's radar out there.
Be the on to 50 foot per second to go.
Beam, there it is, right there. There's your
5 minutes.
And that's his message, looking at it.
Go, low systems, Chow. Where to go?
Go. That's 5.
Eagle Houston, you're great.
33, up in the area, 154.
All 3 data sources are agreeing quite closely here. The 3-color board on the mission control here is almost superimposed as each of the 3 colors are scribed on this graphic plotter.
Tracking right. Affirmative. Okay. We're a little above what predicted. Good.
Buster, all right?
Great, good there, Control. All right. Bottom.
There you go, flight.
Okay.
Control systems.
Control.
There you go.
Go.
Capcom. 6.
Eagle Houston, you're still looking high and fire.
I think good agreement in Delta V to go on both Ag and Ping. Roger.
Control, let me know when you have it.
Go, flight.
Engine arm off. Okay, Roger.
1 minute to go in the burn. 4,482 feet per second. Horizontal velocity.
800 to go. 700 to go. Okay, I'm going to open up the main shutoff.
Go to main shutoffs.
30 seconds, flight.
Engine.
And then seat closed, pressure holds good, close seat on.
350 to go, right?
350 to go.
That's not closed, that's in feed yet. And the base power prop feed closed. Engine.
Mainline the engine on. 90, okay, off, 50. Shut down.
Arm off. Engine. Shut down.
We got 53373, 32.8 feet per second, 60,666.
Great. Go, Arby.
Eagle Roger, the copy is great. Go.
And we got a residual.
Okay.
Look at the residuals.
Take those out, huh?
Yeah, take.
Ryder, do you want anything at all?
Trim the residuals, flight.
Trim all the residuals.
Eagle Houston, trim residuals.
All the time.
Showing a heirloom of 9.1 nautical miles, half a loom 47.2 nautical miles on the pings.
Engine power override.
All three systems are go.
And what engine one? Engine power override. Okay? Turn on. Capcom reset. Abort stage.
Cutoff velocity showing about 55, 37 feet per second, plus or minus a foot or so on each of the three systems.
Okay. It's close enough. Good enough, Capcom on the track.
Eagle Houston, fan looks good.
I can't catch that residual.
That's good.
Eagle, finally, I got a solid line with the ranging.
Okay, that sounds a little cold on the high side. Okay. Okay, Houston, we show 47.3 by 9.5.
Roger, 47.2 but 9.5.
Okay. Right, so, yeah, trying to get those, we just reset.
Tag there, 9.5.
Okay, what do you need now?
46.6.
Stage reset, and it didn't stop reset.
Eagle Houston, copy.
Okay, control that. Yes. Do you want the, time we want the abort stage in and stop reset? Already checked that, yeah, I've done that. Okay.
Eagle Houston, requesting for stage reset. Stop reset, close control, and closing the chamber.
Roger.
Again there, Hal. Control that, I'll look at good flight. Okay, you like your configuration? We're to go right now, flight. Okay. Okay, guys, you turning the Richter around to Mike?
Roger, she's back to crew. Looking good.
Okay.
Now we better get on.
You want them to proceed with P-52, right? Captain's proceed with P-52 as per nominal.
Here at Mission Control, the describing plotter showing the velocity and height. There we go,
Go ahead and proceed with P-52 as the model.
I'll say this too, if they have any trouble, I'm just satisfied with the Eagle is definite, and West Tranquility Base, and waiting behind the replica from our Apollo 11 patch, the always break.
Eagle Houston, roger, we copy. The whole world is silent. Columbia Houston, request who and accept, and we'll give you a good old land vector.
I heard him saying something in the background. He might have heard you.
Flight GNC, he just went 52.
Flight guides.
Go.
There he's back in Poo, but I don't know if you heard us. We still have up 10 and block.
Okay, when you see it in accept, go. I think he heard you.
Mark, we're going now, flight.
Okay. Control, how's the RCS look?
Second flight.
How's the RCS look?
We are in good shape, flight 77 in system A and 71 in system B.
A, 71 in B. Good shape. Holding tight, huh?
Roger.
Okay.
Flight econ.
Go.
We commanded backup down, boys, clean up that noise for you.
Thank you.
And Mike, if you come down low, we're expecting high gains, sir.
Okay. Capcom, CSM may be weak.
You said, okay, maybe, I'm with you. And I owe the Eagle updated link off. Also, I'll get that.
Are just turned off light.
Okay.
Was that, you said it's already off?
He said the rendezvous radar just went off. What did you say you owed him, Capcom?
Well, he's got the updated link switch in voice backup now. We gotta go to off on that one.
Right, Telcom? Telcom?
Go, flight.
What do you want with the up data switch?
He can go ahead and put it in off.
Okay, Capcom.
Eagle Houston, you can go ahead and turn your updated link switch off. Roger, it's off. Roger.
Okay, Flight, I'm standing by for a CSI TIG estimate from you.
Flight Bell? Yeah. RCS 5064.
Okay.
P-52 in the limb, Flight.
P-52 in the limb.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
This is Apollo Control. During the ascent phase, the heart rates on the Eagle crew reached 90 for Neil Armstrong, 120 for Buzz Aldrin. They're now back down in the 80s. For some 28 minutes, 15 seconds from loss of signal with Columbia. 29 minutes, 52 seconds away from loss of signal on Eagle.
Press on.
Flight guidance. Yeah. I think we told you CMC does not have to do his P-52.
Does not have to.
Houston, the X-11 Delta H 15.5.
Eagle Houston, Roger, 15.5.
And a maneuver of 51.3.
Aft Omni Flight.
Roger, we copy.
Aft Omni and Eagle.
And Eagle, aft Omni, over.
Flight Jensen. Okay. Columbia started P-52.
Columbia's doing a P-52.
Roger, aft Omni.
Columbia's doing a P-52.
Yes, I said then he can delete that.
Okay, but he's into it now. Guidance, you'll tell him that. Yeah, go ahead and tell him that.
Eagle, Houston.
Roger, go ahead.
Roger, we saw a very slight jump in cabin and suit pressure there. Could you verify cabin repress valve is closed?
Okay, it's closed.
Roger, and we've got about 1 minute to before where you ought to be radar tracking, and we've lost data with you.
Okay. Flight Adrian?
Roger, we have that.
let me know.
Eagle Columbia, your Y dot is minus 1.0, over.
Hey, minus 1.0.
Mike, your phone?
Fido?
Fido copies, flight.
CSM solution.
I got 3 feet per second.
Eagle, you read Columbia, over.
You just found out where the landing site was.
Flight, Telcom.
Go ahead.
We can go high bit rate.
Okay.
Eagle, this is Columbia, over. Houston, Columbia, over.
Roger, Columbia, you're loud and clear now. This is Houston.
Roger, would you tell Eagle his Y dot is minus 1.0, over.
Roger, Eagle. Columbia says your Y dot is minus 1.0. Over.
And you can go to high bit rate, Capcom and Eagle.
Roger, Houston, we got that, thank you.
Roger, and you can go to high bit rate now. Eagle can.
7 minutes now to see him going around the corner. Fido, you still getting that CSM vector in?
Affirmative, flight. I've got all the things he's taken. I'm working the 20 minutes of misfin radar now.
Flight Telcom, we have high bit rate data.
Okay, thank you, Don. Control, status. Control, your status. Guidance, P32.
Yes, sir. 5 marks.
Looking all right to you?
Okay, you had the right CSI loaded, waiting for TPI now.
He loaded CSI TIG?
Yes, not
Eagle Columbia, how you read?
Okay.
Ag degrees, very closely and pointing section.
Columbia isn't able to read Eagle on either antenna or on VHF duplex Bravo. You got any suggestions?
ECOM, Telcom.
Roger. Columbia, we understand you are unable to read Eagle. Stand by.
Telcom, copying. Telcom.
Right, flight, the optimum antenna combination.
Houston, tell Columbia that we read him about straight 2.
CSM left.
Limb forward.
Limb forward.
Flight guidance.
Go.
We cannot see if he has loaded the TPI time yet at P32. Let's confirm that he knows he should load TPI and P32 has not loaded it yet. Stand by 1 minute, flight. You know you're going to do it now.
Well, perhaps you just didn't see it, I guess.
No, if he did it, I'd know it. He's not loaded it.
Okay. Capcom, just let Eagle know we don't show the TPI TIG time loaded yet in P32.
Okay, flight dead band.
Houston, Columbia, also my VHF ranging is not working now, and I'd like to know whether you'd like me to continue making sextant marks or do nothing. I'm supposed to be doing VHF marks only for the next 6 or 7 minutes.
Take seconds, right?
Columbia, Houston, Roger, we copy. And Eagle looks like the best antenna would be forward for the limb. And break, Eagle, we missed your loading of the TPI TIG and P32. Could you confirm you've done that?
Flight control. Can it hold? Roger. Capcom, and for Mike, take sextant marks, don't reinitialize.
Say again.
Take sextant marks, don't reinitialize.
For Columbia.
Yes, loading TPI now, flight.
Okay, he's loading TPI now. Good question. Okay.
Columbia, Houston, recommend you take sextant marks and do not really reinitialize. Over.
Control, you are calling?
Disregard flight.
Okay.
Flight FAL. He's already made
Roger, Houston, Columbia's got the VHF ranging back now. I'll stick with the nominal. Thank you.
Okay, Discovery.
Roger, mighty fine.
Flight Fido.
He probably has compact too. Go, Fido.
Okay, all my data, I've got plane change, small
magnitude, Fido?
I believe that I'm showing 3 feet per second total plane change required, so this average node 1's pretty close to right.
3 feet per second, it's got to be noise. Go.
We'd like for him to continue taking section marks, HF marks, because behind he doesn't have as many marks as he's behind on his timeline.
Okay. Capcom, have him get as many VHF and sextant marks as he can with the time remaining. That's for Columbia. Call flight is Fido. Go ahead.
Fido, 51.5 for CSI. Our estimate.
You want that to go up?
Not just yet, but it's a number to remember. I think that's what it's going to be.
Okay.
Flight Telcom.
Go.
We're having more trouble that ranging. We might confirm with Eagle that the VHF-B transmitter is off.
You want VHF-B off?
That's firm, Flight.
Okay.
Flight Fido.
The receiver? Is that what you said?
VHF-B transmitter.
Oh, okay. Supposed to be, huh?
Columbia, Houston.
Capcom.
Flight Fido.
Roger, Mike, you can go ahead and get as many VHF and section marks as you can here in this period of time.
Right,
Flight Capcom.
How far have you got there, Capcom? They may want to confirm the VHF Bravo transmitter's off. And Fido's estimate of CSI magnitude in X, is that X, Fido? Is 51.5.
Firm, we tend to confirm it's V1.
Okay. That may make him feel a little better, Captain. To get him. Verify VHF-B transmitter off, and 51.5 in X, our estimate, and Columbia's having trouble raising it.
Eagle and Columbia. About 1 minute to LOS there on Columbia. It looks like we have about 51.5 for CSI, and we tend to confirm your Y dot. And break for Eagle. Verify VHF Bravo transmitter is off.
Capcom, get Eagle and ask him if he's go for CSI.
Roger, VHF Bravo is off.
Ask him if he's go for CSI so we can let the CSM know because of the time.
Aft Omni.
And aft Omni, an Eagle.
Eagle, Houston, recommend Aft Omni, and you go for CSI so we can let Columbia know. Over. Roger, we'll go for CSI.
Columbia know that earlier.
Columbia, Houston, did you copy? Eagle, let's go for CSI.
Eagle, quite
I want you to go through and tell me which options we have and what we ought to try first. They may well have it by the time they come around, but let us
lunar
give it some
revolution
thought.
as it gets to the midpoint on the lunar far side.
I'll give it a check now.
Ascent burn just completed, went quite well on time at 124 hours, 22 minutes, 0 seconds ground elapsed time.
Very well, I think Paolo on the ranging maybe that we
Coming up on this rev, approximately 10 minutes from now, as a matter of fact, will be the concentric sequence initiate maneuver, CSI, which will raise the Eagle's parallel to some 45 nautical miles. Eagle now is in a orbit measuring 9.4 nautical miles at insertion on Chairman and 46.7 at Hamilton. This CSI maneuver will be made approximately at Hamilton, therefore the effect takes place 180 degrees later and has the effect of raising Farallon to the desired 45 nautical miles. This maneuver will take place at 125 hours, 19 minutes, 34.7 seconds. We will have a delta V velocity change of 51.5 per second. All of these maneuvers, incidentally, in the rendezvous sequence by Eagle will be made by using the reaction control system of Eagle.
Tell them what you told me.
Following CSI at 126 hours, 18 minutes, 0 seconds, and 9.2 foot per second. Burn, probably mostly a radial burn.
Tell me about the VHF range.
26 hours, 18 minutes.
And then it went bad.
Well, twist the Eagle's orbit
the VHF was good again, right?
From the orbit of Columbia. They call a constant delta height.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. So he had
at 126 hours, 57 minutes, 0
good ranging capability, and he took some marks.
Terminal phase initiated. DI. In this maneuver, the visually thrust along the line of sight.
Sexton works. Did we take some? We told him to take as many as he could.
The line of sight is some 27 degrees above the local horizontal.
How about
this maneuver will have a magnitude of about 24.9 feet per second. And in turn, it raises the balloon to 60.5 nautical miles, which is approximately the altitude of Columbia.
What you mean by that is you took his vector and ran it through the map.
Terminal phase
to be getting the same
finalization.
as opposed to you being independent. But the Doppler tracking is also confirming the
hours, 39 minutes, 39.2 seconds. This is the start time for a series of small burns which are a combination of mid-course corrections and velocity match maneuvers to bring Eagle in with Columbia. And that's velocity so that they station for a short period for photography, etc. And move on into docking at approximately 128 hours ground elapsed time.
I understand the reason we asked for more VHF.
In all of these maneuvers, Mike Collins aboard Columbia is spring-loaded to do what is called a mirror image maneuver.
And this is the better way to do it when it goes out.
Approximately a minute after the Eagle is scheduled to make its maneuver. And if for some reason Eagle cannot make the maneuver, Collins will do the exact same maneuver only in reverse. So that Columbia would in effect be in a CSM active rendezvous with Eagle.
Antennas and get them together. Okay.
As the Eagle went over the hill on the 25th revolution, the velocity was being measured at 5,410 feet per second. Eagle's weight, somewhat lighter than when it started out, in excess of 32,000 pounds. It's now shrunk to some 5,800 885 pounds. Some 39 minutes, 20 seconds away from acquisition of Columbia. 41 minutes, 45 seconds from acquisition of Eagle, as the two vehicles come around on the 26th lunar revolution. The crew will likely describe how the CSI burn went, which is some 5 minutes away from this point. And at 125 hours, 14 minutes, ground elapsed time, this is Apollo Control.
Columbia, when you get a chance, could you give me the CSI T-76 tab? You're now 84 and you're now 33.
Yeah, I'll do that in a minute. Okay, Mike, you want the burn time and the now 81, is that right? Okay, the burn time is 125, 19, 34.7. And the burn is 51.5, 0, 0.
51.5, zeros and zeros, and you're using 125, 19, 34.70. Thank you kindly.
Telecom and Ecom, I want you to consider one more thing. We can hook them up air-to-air through Misfin, if it comes to that, right?
Sure, Mark.
Okay. But my point is, whatever we're going to do with the VHF, we have to do it and find out if it's going to be there, and if not, then go to this other thing.
Are you worried about VHF voice?
Yes.
Or ranging?
Voice. Mostly worried about voice, air-to-air.
Oh, okay.
Aren't you?
No.
They don't seem to have it.
No, yeah, but that's, I think we're getting locked up here in the voice coupled with the ranging. I feel certain we can get them good VHF voice communications.
We had it at the end there.
Oh, yeah, I know. It comes and goes.
And there is conceivably an antenna configuration that could have messed it for us. That's what we're discussing now.
In other words, like when we gave the call for them to go limb forward antenna, to the best of what I heard on the loops, the voice communication problem cleared up.
That's what I heard.
It may be cleared up. I'm just saying, want all options thought out, so we go through them when we come around, and if it comes to relay and Misfin, that's what we end up doing.
Roger, I understand.
I want to get the air-to-air com.
Roger, understand and agree.
I'm in maneuver attitude, all set to burn if necessary. I got about 45 minutes to take.
Flight Telco. Okay. You want to take a look at consumables? We're right on predicted. Channel 64. It's electrical. Channel 58. The little spike you see there in the O2 was as a result of that cabin repress valve. We'll be on nominal. And we'll switch over to the CO2 here in just a second. Looks like a real good cartridge flight.
Over, Mike. Burn complete, Mike.
Flight surgeon.
Okay, Mike, our CDH time is 126-17-4558. Over.
That's a copy, CDH 126-17-4558.
Affirmative.
Eagle Columbia, I have you in an orbit 49.5 by 46.1.
Okay, thank you.
Eagle Columbia, I'd like to go back to VHF ranging configuration, please, on your mark.
Roger, on my mark. Mark VHF ranging.
Contact 10-1. Got it, boy. Contact 10-1. Got it, boy. Roger, how do you read? Do loud and clear. Roger, I do not read Madrid. Roger.
Houston, contact again.
Madrid, Houston, contact that one, voice check.
That's your story. Houston, contact Madrid, read you loud and clear now.
Roger, read you the same, Madrid.
turn. We ought to try the other one. Get out of water. Oh boy, that thing is just really thick now. We sure do. It's been on. Yeah, we do. It's been on all the time. Should need the tracking light now. See it? Not illuminated, but it's not turned off. Okay, let's try and get a Y dot or an R dot. See, the first time we've ever done it. What do we got coming? Thruster over here has got a lot of brown holes in it at the exit nozzle. See it? Yeah. You know, these thrusters aren't used much over here. Well, maybe the tank here.
All right, so, okay. Gil, you were just talking about the problem, possibly.
Yes.
Say the alarm yesterday?
Yes. Okay, can I get everybody back on the loop and get an amber light from you to see who's here? GNC and Fido, that's who I need. GNC, have I got you here? Hey, Con, would you ask GNC if he's here, please?
GNC, you call?
Yep. Hey there, we want to review our status here. Okay. I didn't give you anything.
Capcom, contact us. Roger. No answer. Yeah, we did have a restored IF1 now, so we're okay, sir. What's the address?
We had one problem. It may not be a problem as it went behind the moon, and that was the air-to-air comm. What we're going to do when they come around Capcom is check to see if they've regained it, which they probably have. If they haven't, we're going to check the LEM antenna to be forward, right?
That's right.
Forward. And if it is and they still don't have comm, let them know you can enable the, what is the proper terminology? Misfin relay?
Misfin relay.
Misfin relay. And let them try the S-band comm.
Okay.
The CSI should be performed, and we would like a burn report for the CSI. From all that I've heard, I doubt very much that they would have done a plane change, however we may hear something about that.
Right, I need the targets and the residuals after trim.
A regular burn report.
That's fine.
Okay. Targets and residuals, Capcom. Plane change, hopefully should not be anything. And then CDH will occur at about 1:26:20, which will be perhaps 30 minutes after our acquisition. And the crew will be tracking both the LEM and the, and the CSM. Both will be in a tracking posture, getting ready for the CDH maneuver, which again should be fairly small. Control flight, I'd like to go over your controls before we come around.
64 now.
Okay, but before we get to that, I'd like to go around and see if anybody has anything else that they want to bring our attention here for the upcoming pass. EMU, how about you? Anything? EMU? Retro's EMU there.
There's got one here, but I don't think he's hooked in yet.
How about you, Retro?
Negative.
Can you give me a green light then, please? Fido is okay.
There's nothing to do till I get some data. Burn reports and vectors toward Lincoln CDH.
Okay. Guidance officer, how about you, Steve?
Not effect.
Okay. Things and eggs have been how close together? I gather they've been very close, but how close? Within a matter of feet per second? Guys?
You mean during the ascent they were?
Yeah.
All the way. There's just been no disagreement.
Okay, control, how about you?
Don't ever have anything flight.
65?
64 is our control from our CS now.
Alright.
System A's got 76, System B's got 70, and we plotted the rendezvous prediction in there, and we're right on it right now.
Okay.
I am curious, we heard some comm out part of LOS concerning engine arm breaker. I was just wondering what it was.
You did? I didn't copy that.
Yeah, I heard something in the noise that they said something about engine arm, I thought.
Capcom, did you hear anything like that? Capcom?
No, I didn't. The only thing I know is the engine arm is they couldn't possibly get the breaker open if they had to again.
Yeah, this is right prior to LOS. I heard it, backroom guys also heard it. I'm just curious what they were referring to. Nothing important, but just curiosity, what they were talking about, if they tried to get it out or what.
How about the ELD circuit breakers? Is there anything else we ought to pull?
Oh, they should.
They should be pulled. Okay.
They should pull them.
Wait a minute. Are they pulled by checklist, or are you making that up? They should pull them now.
There's nothing in the checklist that I recall that shows to pull them, right?
Should they be pulled?
They should be, yes. Gives that additional safety factor on the system to keep the engine
Both ELD circuit breakers
are affirmative.
How come we're just not coming up with that? Or are we just missing a checklist? Or,
No,
what's the reason?
It's just depends on how conservative you want to be, Ron.
I see. Okay.
Okay, but we don't want the engine to burn again. The circuit breaker should be pulled.
Yeah, they probably already pulled them, but
we should have mentioned this some time ago, Control.
Well, we never think too much about it. Flight, they choose to fly it that way and put them in, so...
Yes, but that's because as an engine arm is usually pulled. Is that not so?
Negative.
No?
No.
Okay, you're saying we're flying in normal configuration?
Yeah, I understand it, but if you want to be super conservative about it, we'll pull the ELD breakers.
No, I don't want to change what we've agreed to fly. I don't either. We've agreed to fly that way.
I don't either.
So we're back to leaving them alone.
125, 47.
Anything else?
Negative.
Telecom?
455.
You want to give me a green light, please? Telecom?
Roger, fine. On the VHF, I think our previous agreements are good. We can, if you want to, I can give you a procedure for ranging as far as switch configuration is concerned. And I can also give you one for voice only.
A procedure for ranging?
Yes, switch configuration. So we can just check all the switches and make sure everything is configured properly.
Why don't you get that and hand it over to the Capcom?
Roger, we'll do.
Checking it.
Roger.
Anything else?
Other than that, flight, I think we're in very good shape. And seeing no problems and nothing to pass on at this time.
GNC?
Flight, this is FAO. Before you, about the comm configuration for ranging, they have a little cue card.
I'm sure they do. This is just, we're not going to read this. This is just something that they ask us about. GNC?
Roger, flight. Bus set station. We're looking good. Ready to go.
Okay. Econ?
Go, flight.
Capcom? Want to give me a green light there? Econ? Capcom, okay.
Capcom, okay.
Okay, Ron, we ought to be fairly passive this time, except to give him some,
Houston, contact net point.
just confirming information that their solutions are looking good.
Houston, contact net
Surgeon, how
point.
about you?
Contact. Attention, Houston, contact.
Surgeon, how about you?
Attention, contact. Roger, stand by for a remote check.
Yes, sir. Do you have anything
Houston,
for the
contact
team?
checking. Check 1.
Nothing.
2.
Procedures?
3.
AFD?
4.
FAO?
5.
Okay. Network?
5.
Everything okay with you?
3.
I have one head out from Madrid flight, but it's no impact.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Does anybody have anything else that they want to
4, 3,
bring up here in the room before the pass? We have 8 minutes on the command module, 11 minutes to go on the limb.
Okay.
Commit
Madrid, Houston, contact net 1.
Capcom, Telcom.
Roger, we put locked up throughout your King. Okay.
Ron, that's not supposed to be read out. That's just for your info. On switch configuration of voice only and voice with arranging.
We put locked up throughout.
And the limb should be good. All the way back on the forward VHF antenna. That's the afternoon antenna.
Okay, Roger. Attention, Houston, contact net 1. Attention, your King 100%. Roger. Stand by. Madrid, Houston, contact net 1. Madrid. Okay, I'm going to send you some keys and adjust your quindar, please. Roger. Madrid, Houston, contact net 1. Madrid. Roger, did you adjust your quindar? Affirmative, we adjusted it. Roger, it's King 100%. Roger, so we have another check for King modulation. Roger. This is Houston, contact testing, test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 10,000. Houston, contact Madrid. King with 100% modulation to go. Roger, and Madrid, meet me in F2 for further instruction, please. Roger.
Got that cockpit all cleaned up, so we've got places for all our trash, Mike?
Roger, copy.
Yeah, we got them all over it. Look like chimney sweeps. You betcha. Nice to get home. What's that? And right angle bracket. Right angle bracket.
Madrid, Houston, contact net 1. Madrid. Roger, stand by for a quick King check. Roger. This is Houston, contact testing. 1, 2,
Right over here.
3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 10,000. Houston, contact Madrid, King 100% modulation to go. Roger, Madrid, your go. Thank you. AFD contact, Charlotte.
Go contact.
All right, sir. I'm sorry I had to take so long on that one, but the first ran the keying check with Madrid. They were on backup circuits. Then they normaled them up, and I had to run another one to make sure that we were good.
Okay, we got that circuit that we were out. We've got it back now?
Yes, sir, we have. We're all on out.
Very good.
That is good.
Beautiful.
It's a good day not to throw in some tires. See if we can run the knob at one time.
Capcom, when you get them, you'll get the CSM first, see if they got com, and then after that, see what the current status is.
Okay.
I don't think so, but we got a internet.
Flight number 1, there.
Very good, a rescue. Right, that's what we've got.
come around?
That's a negative flight.
No, do you expect them to be in an attitude that they will be picking it up?
That's Roger. Okay. Come around Omni and then they'll shortly go to the steerable. We'll have good count flight.
Say again?
We'll have good count.
Okay. What's your channel, please? Back where it was, 32?
I'm on 31 flight.
31, okay. Copy is calling.
Columbia, Houston, you're very weak. Say again.
Tell Tom any suggestions?
Roger.
He's calling.
Columbia, Houston, you're about 1 by, just barely make you out. Can't understand.
Suggestion.
Give me 1 minute, Glenn. I'm trying to make sure what he's going to do.
Capcom, I copied it. CSI was on time. Essentially nominal, no plane change. And then
that's what I got too.
Something else that I didn't copy. I thought you said something about the SCS, but I didn't copy that. Parsons. Say again. Yes. We should have Eagle now too. Well, we don't have any data yet.
That's a firm we should have in flight, but they're not reporting anything.
ALS Lamb flight.
Okay.
Flight econ.
Capcom, Lamb circle.
Recommend on Delta.
Houston, this is Eagle, over.
Oh, okay, there's Eagle.
Hey, Eagle, Houston, loud and clear. Columbia was very weak. We were unable to read him. All right, Roger. We saw you come up over the horizon, and it looks like you had a laser operating. Could you confirm that?
FAL.
Eagle, Houston, stand by. We'll check it.
Burn, go. Burn report.
And Eagle, Houston, can you give us a burn report? Roger, stand by.
One still flight.
Good. RCS propellant. Control 6865. Control flight 6865. Look alright. Affirmative.
Okay, the CSI burn was on schedule time of 125193470. 51.5 feet per second was our solution. After chasing residuals a little bit, we ended up with minus 0.2, plus 0.7, and minus 0.1. And in the ags at that time, we had plus 0.4, plus 0.9, and plus 0.3. Eagle Houston, we copy. Any plane change, over? There was no plane change on CSI, and CSM had
2.3 foot per second burn. We had a 2.9, and we elected to postpone that. Over.
Okay.
Roger, we copy. Eagle, thank you.
Flight Telcom.
They must have switched over to the secondary CO2 cartridge during the LOS period. Like to, if we could, find out why and to get a mark as to when they did do it.
Okay. It's not so much, we don't need a mark, eh? How they did it.
Well, the only thing I'd like to do is try to keep track of
Roger, Houston, do you have some high gain angles for Columbia? Over.
High gain for Columbia.
Roger, Eagle and Columbia, stand by. We'll have it for you shortly.
Capcoms, right? Ask Eagle to verify that they switched canisters, lithium hydroxide canisters.
Eagle, Houston, could you verify you switched lithium hydroxide canisters? Over.
That's affirmative. We started getting an erratic indication on primary, so we switched to secondary, and it was again erratic, and I thought it might have been a sensor, but it's settled down now, and we're on the secondary. Over.
Roger, we copy. Mighty fine.
Flight Econ Omni Delta, best antenna.
Okay, Omni Delta, though. Can we get the high gain?
Yeah, we're in the shadow zone.
Columbia and Eagle, request Omni Delta for Columbia. Flight Telcom.
Okay.
For cruise convenience, I'd sure like to take a look at that primary CO2 canister.
Okay, but we can wait until after the rendezvous, can we?
I'd like not to.
Houston, Columbia's been on Delta, but he hasn't had much luck with it.
Flight Econ, I copy. Let me get one over.
Eagle, Houston, Roger, we copy.
Flight procedures. Go ahead. Top clock scanning down to CH, bottom to DVR.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, we had problems on this on Apollo 10.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I can see it all coming now.
Raj.
Telcom.
Raj.
Telcom, they gotta go back to the ECS area to switch them around, don't they?
It's right behind Buzz. It's no problem. We can just reach around there and switch it. All he's got to do is turn around, Frank.
What do you think? You want to go back?
I'd like to go back to the primary. We've noticed this thing spiking up and then it'll drop back off, and that may be what he's seen, and I'd just like to see if it's dropped back off.
Capcom flight.
You ready?
At his convenience, we would like to ask him to go back to primary on the canister, and we'll monitor it for a while. And anytime he wants to do it, just let us know and we'll watch it.
Roger. And still no answer for Columbia.
Say again?
No high gain or anything for Columbia.
Apparently not. He come?
Say again, Flight.
Any high gain angles yet?
We're not there yet, Flight.
Okay. What will they be when you get there? Why don't you give them those?
This is Apollo Control.
Stand by.
Columbia is now in an orbit measuring 56.6 nautical miles by 62.5 nautical miles, and the displays here in Mission Control show the range from Eagle to Columbia of a tad over 100 nautical miles, and about 99 feet per second collision rate.
Convenience, we'd like to go ahead and try your lithium hydroxide on the primary and let us take a look at it down here. Check on those.
Nothing, right?
Flight Econ. We would have voice from Columbia now. Apparently there's a site problem in Madrid.
AFD contact. Flight network.
Go.
Yeah, we have
Okay.
to contact Columbia now. There's no site problem. Okay. We all clear up now. Yes, sir. Roger. Columbia, Houston, over.
Columbia been reading you loud and clear on his but he hasn't had any luck in transmit to you.
I don't want him to maneuver. What's the next?
Roger.
Comes into the timeline.
Here you go. Mighty fine. We don't hear Columbia though. Okay.
When he gets to CDH attitude flight. Okay. I think he's pitching there now, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. Econ flight. Go flight. There's still something wrong, because we should have comm on the Omnis. But given the angle... Yeah, I can't be a flight.
FAO.
Go ahead.
Mike, minus 1.8.
That laser, nobody on the laser experiment had a laser on. We don't know where the laser came from.
Okay, log it. Okay.
Okay.
Flight econ?
Yeah.
If he goes to react now on board, the high gain ought to grab the signal. Let's try.
Capcom at Columbia's convenience, go to react and we should acquire an high gain.
Columbia, Houston, at your convenience, you can go to react and we should acquire you on the high gain. Here you go, Houston.
Maybe you'll have him this time.
Columbia, Houston, over.
He answered, Capcom, but he'll be scratching.
Columbia, Houston, you can go ahead and go to react on the high gain. We should get you then.
Angle for him from Houston?
Roger, pitch, minus 30, yaw, 180 for Columbia.
Okay, what was your CDH solution, Mike? got an EPS light, a CO2 light. Partial pressure is reading about 1/2 millimeters.
Flight Telcom. Eagle in Columbia, Houston, Roger, we copy? We copy. We think it's a sensor problem. I don't think there's anything wrong with the canister.
Is it reading 1/2?
We're reading 8.1. It's fine right now, Mike. It's been kind of bouncing all over from 1.8 to 8.5. Okay, shall I call this a sensor problem?
What do you want to do there, Telcom? Leave it on prime?
Columbia, Houston, go. Sensor problem.
You sure?
Roger.
Capcom, we're sure that's sensor. You can leave it on primary.
Eagle, Houston, we're sure that's a sensor problem. You can leave it on primary.
How long has that been
Okay.
Telcom online?
Say again, Park?
How long has the canister been online?
Since, I believe it's around 113, Park. 113.
Roger, we pull the circuit breaker.
Roger, Eagle. About 13 hours, and that's approximately 60% of its spec lifetime.
And our water separator apparently isn't working too well. We're getting a lot of water through the tube loop, and we've changed water separators, but doesn't seem to have improved the situation any.
Like Telcom, we're showing very good water separation speed.
Okay.
Eagle, Houston, Roger, we copy. Okay, we'll see what we're looking to do.
Okay.
Flight data.
Yeah.
CDH looks great.
Okay.
Flight Econ.
Go ahead, Econ.
Let's try Columbia again.
Okay. Yeah.
Flight Telcom.
Go ahead.
That's probably the reason for our CO2 indications here. Eagle, Columbia, standing by back up on the burn. Just let me know how it's going. Water in the soup loop. I'd like to find out whether or not he's got the LCG on.
Okay.
Okay, you want to know what our 981 is?
Ready, copy.
Telcom, if there's one.
Okay, I think you already got the burn size. Minus 8.1. Minus 1.8.
Secondary.
Minus 18.2.
Going through it for.
We haven't had water in the soup loop very long either.
Okay, that's a pretty close agreement. And for burn time, I still have 126.17.46.
Right.
Are they supposed to still be in the LCGs?
Flight Telcom, so I get a warm feeling that our CDH or your CDH looks good for us.
Fido, how you agreeing with the airborne solutions? Fido.
Flight Fido, go ahead.
You agreeing with the airborne solution?
That's affirmed with the LEM.
Okay, and what's the magnitude?
Total LV is about 19, I think, or a little more.
CDH, huh?
Affirmative.
Capcom, we're agreeing with the CDH.
Flight Telcom.
Go ahead.
Along with that. Eagle Houston, for warm feeling, we are agreeing with your CDH. Accumulator level. Make sure that we can still see the dipstick. We may have a leak in translate.
A leak where?
In the LCG loop itself.
X minus 8.1, Y
What can we do about
minus
that?
1.8, Z minus 18.2.
Nothing except know the origin. Unfortunately, the chart doesn't agree with it because the range read at 36 minutes was off the chart.
Better rather than just finding out where we stand and nothing we can do about it. Is there anything we can do to improve the situation and troubleshooting along the line?
Unless we know what the problem is, right? He's got good water separator speed. He has the external water.
There's not. If there's something we can get into that's going to improve it, okay. So they get a burn in a minute and a half. Go ahead.
I think there's any chance that maybe an LCG kind of problem.
That's what we're talking about.
Oh, okay.
But if there is, what can you do about that?
Nothing. Get him off the LCG is about the only thing you can do. Not put any more water in the loop. We just threw out a great big slug of water in the soup loop.
What did you just do?
We just threw a lot of water out of the water separator. Went off Gil High.
TFD contact. All right, go contact. Roger, we're back at Madrid. We're downlink towards the CSM center.
Okay, you want to ask if the LCGs are on after this burn? And if they're on, what?
I'd like to find out what the level in the accumulator is, whether or not you can still see the dipstick.
And then what?
Apollo Control here. Less than a minute remaining until the constant delta height, or CDH maneuver. We'll continue to monitor the airground.
The accumulator level we should
This is a small magnitude radial burn to put Eagle in a orbit that's concentric with. 30 seconds. Here we go, 30 seconds.
We're ready to burn.
When they finish this burn, we want to see if they can see any water in the level accumulator.
Translating flight, okay, I understand what you mean. Yeah.
Fine.
I understand what you mean.
Okay.
Translating flight.
Okay. Copy, control. They all look to be 110.
Looks good, fine.
Burn complete?
Burn complete.
Thank you. Eagle Houston, when you get a chance, are your LCGs hooked up? And if so, what does the LCG accumulator show?
This is Apollo Control, range now showing 91.3 nautical miles. Range rate, range of closure 119 feet per second.
It sure is great. You look down there and not see ya.
He mustn't have copied your question there.
Flight Econ, go ahead. If we run a radio check with Columbia, let them know we can.
Yeah, okay. So I will talk to them as soon as we...
Roger.
Eagle Houston.
Go ahead.
Roger, did you copy on the LCG there and reading on the water accumulator?
Yeah. Right, I did. I'm sitting on pressure.
claiming it's real good after that. CS Fox on channel 64, 1% below predicted.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, this comm problem was in Madrid. We're not sure what it was, but it was at Madrid with Columbia.
Okay.
Houston, the water accumulator is right on the line between the red and the green, over.
Okay.
Eagle, Houston, roger, we copy.
Copy that, Telcom?
Yeah, copy, Paul.
So it's not leaking out?
That's negative, it's not leaking. Let me know more effective on that one.
Flight fighter?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm showing TPI right now 3 minutes late, 127.
Stand by just a minute, Telcom flight?
Go ahead, flight.
You can confirm though that both, the separators have had good speed, both of them?
Well, he said he switched flight. I never saw any degradation in the water separator he was on.
So the speed looks good to you?
Oh, we're running 3,300 right now, and every so often we go off scale high. This is what we've seen on mission.
Okay. We don't have any more to say about the water except to assure him that the separator's spinning properly.
The water separators look real good.
Okay. Capcom on the water problem, we don't have any more on it except to advise him that the separator is working properly. It's good speed. Okay.
Eagle, Houston.
Fido TPI.
Houston, Eagle. Roger on the water problem there.
TPI about 3
We can't add anything more to it except the fact that it looks like the water accumulators are up to speed down here.
Copy.
Now that's initial flight. We'll have 3 more solutions.
Okay, it's not going to be too much trouble.
Okay.
Roger, fine.
Just then 122 for some reason.
Flight time?
Yep.
High gain, air beam width.
Right, go. Go track. Yeah, I noticed Goldstone's not configured to copy dump. We'd like to have them copy this dump. I'm going to do a tape down here in a little bit. Drop just set through 6.
Okay, control guidance, you following the marks solutions for TPI now?
We have 3 marks in the LGC and 2 in the CSN VHF marks. Just standing by.
Yep.
Flight control.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the radar data looks real good.
Okay. Capcom and Telcom, I didn't for sure copy the last report. Did he say the water problem was only in one suit? Capcom?
Yeah, Capcom said in flight. That's right, it's one suit.
He said it was
which
one. He didn't say which one. Did you copy that, Telcom?
I copied that you said only one suit.
Mm-hmm. They apparently are having the water problem in only one suit. And from the first report, I would assume that it is Neil. Okay?
Okay.
Columbia, Houston, our comm problem was traced to the ground station here.
Okay, glad to hear it.
Roger, you're mighty fine now.
Guidance, are you satisfied with what's going on there?
Okay, if I was going to look at solutions now, I'm satisfied everything's going real smooth right now.
Okay, control your configuration and status.
We're go. Flight configuration is good.
Okay, Telcom, you okay there, Don?
Roger, fine.
Any other thoughts? Near as I would guess is you'd get some water in the suit. Perhaps one of the perhaps it's leaking some. Just not enough to show up.
Right. We may have channeled those CO2 cartridges if during that LOS period he did go egress. Would dump the water into the secondary CO2 cartridge and channel it also. We saw him go from egress to cabin right after insertion, and I assume he hasn't been back to egress since then. He's in cabin mode now.
Okay. Therefore, he pulled the circuit breaker. Was he talking about the, what circuit breaker was he talking about? You know, that CO2 sensor isn't on a circuit breaker, is it?
Yes, it is fine.
So he pulled that. So right now, we don't have the CO2 indicator. Possible that we have some water channeling in both canisters now. Is that right?
It's possible.
Okay. Therefore, should we do anything or just sit tight?
Sit tight, bud.
Okay. Sergeant flight. Go flight. How long will it take for, what's the CO2 buildup rate in the cockpit?
Oh,
with flight, no scrubbing.
I'd have to try to work that one for you. I don't know how fast that builds up in that volume there. Stand by.
How's it looking, guidance?
Looks real good, fine.
Control, you happy?
We're happy, fine.
Okay. GNC, how's the CSM? RCS okay?
Very good, fine.
Econ?
I concur. Same thing. Looks good.
Comtech AFD, Houston Comtech, Luke.
Go ahead, sir.
Are you convinced that was a Madrid unique problem earlier? I heard you polled 3 sites and they all reported that they were getting a voice about 1 by.
Right, sir. They were. It was very weak and noisy.
Okay, then. But then I don't...
But evidently, part of the time, Madrid was not even receiving the voice at all. DFD, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm not sure that was totally a Madrid problem.
Light photo.
May have not been.
Go ahead.
Got a machine, I think. Can I have him for 10 seconds?
Yeah, I just think we were just in a real bad situation on the Omnibus, probably.
Control, guidance, Telcom.
Guidance, go.
That was probably part of the problem.
RTCC for 10 minutes at 10 seconds.
Earlier. They haven't confirmed that they had any sort of a problem with, with the CSM after that.
Okay.
I know they were reporting.
Telcom okay?
However, at times
Did I
they
see
said they weren't
something
receiving. Their reports were that they weren't receiving a downlink.
Yeah, and the other guys were
Guidance, how do you like what you're seeing there?
Real good. 2 machines are getting their safe TPI time.
This is Apollo Control.
What solution are they getting?
Range between Airport Columbia now showing 67.5.
Somewhat earlier.
Range rate, closure rate, 121 feet per second.
How close is that to your pad?
Okay, thank you, Captain.
To the original pad was 126.57. That's like Fido said, about 3 minutes late. It's about 5 now.
Okay.
Which is really great.
Yep. Okay. Are you seeing any solutions That is to say, are you seeing any out-of-plane components yet?
No, nothing to worry about.
Okay.
Flight photo.
Go.
I got 0.6 feet per second on the limbs. Vectors after 5 marks.
Age rated 30.
Say again, Fido, you got
0.6 feet per second out of plane.
Oh, out of plane.
I have a DPI jig when you guys want to compare them.
Stand by. Go ahead, Mike. What do you got?
127, 02, 3450.
You're about 32 seconds later than we are.
Okay, fine.
Okay, that take time agreement is great.
FAO, make guidance smoker die. Whole program to get a 981 display and P32, P34.
When he gets, stand by a minute.
Okay, we want to make sure he goes through enough far enough to get 981.
He will.
Oh, he will? Fine.
This is Apollo Control, some 25 minutes now until the TPI terminal phase initiation burn, just before loss of signal, as both spacecraft go over the hill.
Fido, what kind of cell age are we getting now? Best you can tell, about 15?
15.2, somewhere in there.
Less than a mile.
Okay. Oh, yes, a lot less than a mile.
Okay.
I haven't seen one bigger than 15.2. The smallest one's 15.0.
Okay. Econ flight.
Flight Econ.
Did you give me the paperwork that covered the changes for the Direct 02?
That's firm flight. You put it in your log, I think.
I did?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
This is Apollo Control. The black team of flight controllers here in Mission Control are more or less in an advisory capacity during this rendezvous sequence. They're actively computing maneuver times, but in the final analysis, it's onboard computations by the crew of Columbia and Eagle, which really bring about the rendezvous. Standing by and 126 hours, 37 minutes ground elapsed time. Some 24 minutes away from ignition on the thrust along the line of sight for terminal phase initiate.
Satisfied what?
For parking will do.
Flight Telcom.
Go ahead.
Okay, I think right now, until we get any further inputs on this thing, my position is that the canisters are okay. I recommend wholeheartedly we stay in the cabin mode. In other words, we do not close up the suit loop. I think possibly what has happened to us here is that during the G field, the sitting on the lunar surface for that period of time, we've collected some water. We do have a water storage tank. It's
Do you want to get another
low point in the ARS loop, and it's a possibility it has overflowed and thrown some water into the suit loop.
data update?
Get it into the canisters.
Yeah, but we're all right on the canister, I think, Flight.
Do you expect them to put their helmets on for
Really
docking?
Yes, we do. That's all right. I think what's happened is that this water has gone into the suit loop. The only thing that bothers me on this whole rationale is the fact that supposedly on the one crew report we have, it's only in one suit.
Yes.
And that's puzzling.
Okay. Are they on the cabin now?
That's affirmative.
Do you
They have
expect them to go on the suits?
They're in cabin mode. They're in the suits. They're in the cabin mode. In other words, the suit loops are open to the cabin.
Do you expect them to go on the suits alone for docking?
No.
Okay.
Feet in.
Flight pattern.
Go ahead.
127.03 for TechCom. VX is going to be about 22.8. VY about 1.5. VZ about 11.5. Minus 11.
Alright, range speed at 40.
LH 14.8.
Okay.
Flight Telcom.
Go ahead.
We have a request to ask the crew whether or not they ever went to egress mode while they were on the secondary CO2 canister.
Okay, what'll that tell you?
Whether or not the water was dumped into the secondary CO2 cartridge.
Pilots, I'd like to confirm that your TPI tag is 1270202, over.
We haven't settled on a final one yet. The last one was standby.
Flight Telcom, we've got it back. We're having data drops out of data dropouts.
Just as soon as you know when TPI 6 is going to be, I appreciate a call.
Okay.
Last I got was 32 seconds earlier than mine, which would make it 1270202.
Telcom flight.
Go ahead.
Confirm again that they're in the cabin mode.
That's affirmative. They are in the cabin.
Are you going to be revising that one?
There's no plan
I think probably so.
change
How late can you take a revision?
That is correct, Flight. I think we ought to advise the crew, however, that they should stay in that mode, just in case.
Do they
we
stay?
expected them to fly in egress mode
Well,
all the
stay
way
away
to
timeline. I should have it in the next couple of minutes.
and they've changed to cabin mode right after insertion with no problem at that time. I'd just like to make sure that they are well aware that we'd like for them to stay in cabin mode.
Okay, all the way.
All the way.
Even for the duck.
That's correct.
Okay.
Flight. Capcom here.
Go ahead.
They may want to go ahead and put the suits on for docking.
I assume they've still got their suits on now.
No, the commander definitely had to take his off to do the P-52.
You mean his helmet?
That's right.
He can put his helmet on.
Oh, I see. What you're
Put his
saying.
helmet and glove on.
Yeah, there's no problem. Put his helmets and gloves on.
But stay the regular cabin.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, that's what we want to recommend. That's what we expect them to do. Anything, we just want to caution them to stay that way, right?
Right. And like I say, we've had a request to find out about the secondary CO2 canister.
Okay, but that seems to me to be of only academic interest. But I'm still thinking about.
Capcom, I concur on that academic interest.
Say again?
I concur on the academic interest.
Okay, Capcom. The only thing we have for them then is to be sure that they remain in the cabin mode while they're in the suits.
Okay, you want to give them a reason about
maybe some water channeling? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
Because of that possibility. We don't even know if it's happening. Probably isn't. Because of that possibility, though, we want them to remain in the cabin mode. Flight search. Okay. Okay, you got the time.
Okay, latest estimate 127.
Suit and cabin.
0339.
Thank you kindly.
Eagle, Houston.
Roger, go ahead.
Roger. In the event of the possibility that we may have had some water channeling in those hydroxide canisters, we recommend you stay in the cabin mode from now on, over.
Roger.
Flight FAO. Flight photo you call?
No. Telecom from flight.
Go ahead, Flight.
I'm being asked if cabin mode means to the pilots that they have helmets and gloves on and are recircling from the cabin. And there's no room for doubt that that's what that means.
I think the Capcoms would be able to answer that question much better than I. That's what it means to me. They can have helmets and gloves on. Fred?
When you say cabin mode, that means to me you got the regs in cabin, the diverter valve cabin, and the other two to auto there.
That's a Roger. What about helmets and gloves? On or off? Optional, right?
That cabin mode doesn't involve helmet and gloves.
Okay. That's what it means to me also, Flight. If you want to clarify that further by saying, yes, they can put helmets and gloves on at their option, that's fine also.
Okay, and the other thing is we don't have any real concern over the CO2.
That's firmly, Flight.
Okay. Capcom, one further thing on that subject, and to hopefully clarify it for the pilots, is that as long as they stay in the cabin mode, helmets and gloves at their option, and we don't have any real concern over that CO2. Okay?
Okay, I'll go on up and just clarify that
yeah.
you can stay in the cabin mode. Stay in the cabin mode, helmets and gloves would be their option, and we have no concern on the CO2.
Right.
Eagle, Houston. Go ahead. Roger, I better clarify that cabin mode a little bit there. All I mean is you go ahead and stay in the cabin mode. Helmets and gloves on are your option, and we really have no concern with the CO2. Over. Roger, understand.
Control, how you doing?
Doing okay, Flight?
Good check. Guidance?
Looks good. Final comp in LGC.
Okay.
Flight FAO.
Go ahead.
Our ground computation on their backup chart gives 0 up, down, and 225.2 along the line of sight.
How much?
25.2 along the line of sight.
Okay.
Mike, you already loaded that time? We got a final one here.
Comes the final TIG.
I've already loaded it. I don't think it'll make much difference.
It's only 9 seconds difference.
Mark 6.
Econ flight.
Flight Econ, go ahead.
Okay, we better let the command module arm the logic anytime they can in the next few minutes, and we can give them a go for pyro before LOS, right?
Roger, flight, we're ready.
Capcom flight.
Capcom, go.
For Columbia, arm the logic anytime they want to here, about 10 minutes to LOS, and then we'll be able to give them a go for pyro arm when they want.
Okay. Roger, give us a mark when they're doing the flight.
Columbia, Houston.
Flight 10 patrol.
Columbia, go ahead.
Roger, Mike. You can go ahead and arm your logic anytime you want to, and we'll give you a go so that you can get your pyro arm at your convenience.
Go ahead.
Okay, we did a PIPA bias check, and our
That's a good idea, babe. You see anybody watch logic?
Affirmative. Give us a mark.
That's Roger, Brian Squared, which is
Mark logic 1. Mark logic 2.
No update.
Roger, you can leave the way it is.
How much was it?
0.117 centimeters per second squared change. Flight Econ, check with Gatto and he concurs.
Go, Econ.
He's not going by the checklist on that logic arm.
What do you want, Econ?
He needs the arm breakers closed, sex arm breakers closed,
Okay.
2 of them.
Capcom, sex arm breakers.
Columbia, Houston. We need the sex arm circuit breakers closed.
Flight brother.
Go ahead.
LIMS TPI looks great.
Okay, going in. Sex arm pad A. FFE.
Flight Econ, we're go.
Okay, Capcom. Logic looks good. He can arm pyros at his convenience.
Columbia, Houston. Logic looks good. You can arm your pyros at your convenience.
Thank you. Eagle Columbia starting to maneuver to TPIS.
Okay.
This is Apollo Control, about 6.5 minutes to ignition on the terminal phase maneuver, in which the crew Eagle will thrust along the line of sight toward Columbia.
I'm happy.
Capcom,
Distance
no
now
response to
between the
Eagle,
two
but all
spacecraft,
solutions look good
some
to us.
38.6 nautical miles, closing at a rate of 110
You go in
feet per
Columbia,
second.
Houston. All your solutions look good to us. Out. And Mike, if you want our target Delta V, I'll give it to you.
Ready, copy.
127.03, 3082. 20 plus 22.7, plus 1.7, minus 10.6. Over.
127.03, 3082, plus 22.7, plus 1.7, minus 10.6. Thank you.
Copy that, 5.
Not all of it, Floyd.
22.7, 17, and minus 10.6.
That's great. Absolutely great. In fact, I was looking at those when I told you the solution looked great before.
Okay. Telcom flight.
Go ahead, Floyd.
Don, why don't you write that question down about the egress in the secondary canister, and at some more leisurely time we'll ask them about it. Okay? Doesn't seem like there's anything we can do about it one way or another.
I'm showing a good bit out of plane velocity. You know, if I
You said we might get a couple questions
cross
into the
planers,
crew
Mike.
after the burn.
All right, I have no indication of it.
Did you say after the burn?
Roger.
Perhaps after the rendezvous? Or is that what you mean?
No, I was hoping between the burn and LOS.
No.
I can get them to close that CO2 partial pressure breaker.
I'm kind of reluctant to do it because they pulled up with securities apparently regular with the alarm going off. And we just call them and blow them that we don't have any concern about CO2.
That's right, Flight. We'll retain the water separators drop off and stay at a low level, indicating that we are expiring water. If that happens, There's been a lot of water turnover recently. That is a very good indication that the CO2 partial pressure would give us a very realistic reading of the CO2 level.
This Captain, I don't know anything about it right now.
Coming up on 1 minute to check, Neil, how's it looking?
Pretty good. That data plane was Andy Erickson on the radar.
Roger that.
Maybe talking to it. Okay.
Eagle Houston, half Omni, low fixed rate, and we'll see you at 127 plus 51.
This is Apollo Control. We've apparently had loss of signal with Columbia and Eagle as they went behind the moon on the 26th revolution. Next maneuver scheduled for about 33 minutes from now. While both vehicles are behind the moon. This will be the braking series of maneuvers coming down to docking. Our station keeping first and then docking at about 128 hours around elapsed time.
Right, so we can stand by a minute, so I just want to take a couple.
And at 127 hours, 6 minutes around elapsed time in the flight of Apollo 11. This is Mission Control.
Target 26-7 forward, 4. 7. Yikes, had these residuals after its collision been confirmed. can't see you, Michael. Okay, I got good radar, I just can't see you. Take that person across? Yeah. Not sure what we're going to put on. Okay. Well, maybe why we don't take them all back. All of we got. Oh, we got data. They all got something. Well, my shoulders are hurt. Mine are too. Last night I couldn't get down far up with the wiggle. I was the same way. Okay. And what? Okay, now 91 minus 0 plus 0.4 plus 0.9. Uh, 15 minutes after TPI. I got, turn your bird away. Okay, average change on. There it is. My tendency is to burn it precisely, okay? Right on. Sure. It's not going to be late. Maybe 5 seconds. Turn complete. Thank you. It's all over but the back. What's the star out there? That's not. probably won't when the sun comes in. Now let's go. Now I can't see. What? We'll hold the grip lock. They're coming right down the path. We're doing it at night. Okay, I just lost sight of you in the sunlighter. Well, I got it. That's right. I got him now, too. Sure does. That's good. You're not confused on which end to dock with, are you? If there's some data bags around there, I may have one or two of my temporary storage, so we may want them in addition to the other regular bags, so we put some of this data back in it. Data bag? Yeah, there are a couple of different lamp bags that I left in there. Right. Good day.
Check on Billy. Go ahead, Capcom. Just out of curiosity, what's the cabin pressure relief valve set at the limb?
Say again?
What's the cabin pressure relief valve set at in the limb?
You mean where it will relieve?
Right.
About 5.4 or 5.5.
That's about the same as command module, right? I think.
I think command mod's a little bit higher.
Okay.
It's about 7.
Thank you.
Nothing, bigger. Don't fill out the Form 1 now. We'll see you at 24. Okay. One of those two bright spots is bound to be Mike. How about picking the closest one? Good idea. Okay, at 49,000 feet, we're supposed to be 65 feet per second. There's a little chart there. And our LOS rate's supposed to be about 0.1. It's about 0.2. Okay. On here, right? Not exactly. Not exactly. You're a little less. 10 seconds left. About that late, get in every 3 months. Okay? Like you're making a high side on it, Michael. Got about 54. Take me a bottle. Huh? A bottle? Sure. It's perfect. Let's try this big course out. Okay. right, I hope. Yeah. Okay, I can see shape of your vehicle now, Mike. Oh, yeah. Got your high gain in sight, your tracking light, full vehicle shows. You can see that you're pointed at me. Now you're turning a little bit. Great. Like when you get down to run 110, you just keep chasing them. You put it, take it in one axis, and it goes clear out of another. Especially when chasing things about the same as the time change. It's gas change. Okay, now let's see if we want to change the depth. And that's it. Yeah. Okay, you got the time of the bird, 981 was plus 0.1, plus 1.2, plus 0.5. About me.
back room area standing by. The crew will be very close to dock at the CSM. EMU flight, all you folks standing by. Ready, Decon. Jim Kelly standing by. That's our flight.
Bottom overshoot flag.
Contact Capcom. Yes, sir, go ahead. Can I try air ground 1 here just for a test to see if my mic's key is squealing? Yes, sir, go ahead. Okay, sir. That's what I thought I was upside down. All right, sir. I'll be running my EOS minus 5 minute checks here in about another minute or so, sir. Okay.
I got you. No, I'm not going to lose you, brother.
You're still squealing low. Okay.
Bad at all. The alignment pretty dicey. Camera's just lucky.
Shall we get you another headset?
That's again, I think we were good to go.
No, I'm okay as long as I got air ground going here.
Otherwise, you just squeal whenever you...
Talk to you.
Right. I can mark the volume control down a little bit to see if I stop it.
But I hate people.
Doesn't have, huh?
No.
That's in, didn't it? Right.
The crew's there.
Okay.
The crew's here might do it.
Well, that isn't...
A couple boats down there that have to go there.
The diodes in that headset.
That's a real text.
I mean, because sometimes you don't have to mark a volume.
Okay, I got a mile and a half and 32 and a half.
And when you do, you're going to squeal on other loops. Say again? Yeah.
Don't tell him what his problem is. Fix his problem.
You need the headset.
There you go. That's too paid for.
Yeah, I guess it'll take us another 6 minutes or something like that. Yeah.
1, 2, 3, Madrid, Houston, contact. Madrid. 3-2 loud and clear.
Okay.
Roger, stand by for King and modulation check. This is Houston, contact testing, test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, test out. Houston, contact Madrid, King 100% modulation to go. Roger.
Goldstone, Ken, 100% modulation with a go.
Roger, you're both go and meet me next to for further instructions. Roger.
Okay, let's put P47 in. Oh, did you? We lost your transponder, Mike. I think.
For a headset for you. We're completely out of headsets. Don't even have a spare.
Wish you would.
Is it possible for you to trade headsets with one of the guys sitting with you? It's not a headset. It isn't?
Okay, we're getting it. Yeah, we're in good shape, Mike. We're breaking. Flying all over us.
Flight GNC. Go. Okay, flight plan doesn't call out when we set up the LIM S-band or the jettison stuff. So, rather than try and figure that out, I would like to make two corrections to the CMP's portion of the flight plan as far as DAP loads go, so we get min deadbands in. Probably one of them will be right at AOS. We might as well just stay there. He changes it later on. What does the checklist say about this DAP load? The solo checklist the CMP is using up right in the docking shows the same thing as the flight plan.
Okay, we're about 11 feet a second coming in at you.
5, control. Go ahead. The thing is confusing here in the LIM post docking checklist. When we configure the S-band, it says to verify the CSM is in there, deadband as you know. And I take it in talking to GNC, their checklist does not reflect that. Okay, what is the configuration you want? R16110, say again, 61102. At what time do you want this? Sometime along the front side here of this road. No. After they've docked? Raj. Okay. The 6 is the post docking number. Okay. Capcom, did you copy that? Capcom, I did. Well, after they've docked, we're not going to just sit and take that. Flight also, due to quantum balance right now, I'd like to stay with using BD roll, which means R2 should be 0, then 4 1s.
Yes, man, and then I go out of there.
Presently, this morning. Okay, you want to keep the present configuration, Raj, on quads, which is, which 2 are we using? No, it'll be all quads on. I want to change BD roll. Excuse me, yes. You want the BD roll active, Raj. And that's the same as we have now. That's what we have now. The flight plan calls out AC roll. Okay. Capcom, after they get docked and when you have time to give them that configuration item, let Mike know.
That is in a checklist. We just got through checking, and it is in a checklist.
What?
The proper DAP load is on.
Okay.
They won't. On F1110.
Looks good.
5.
Big as life. Thank you, FAO.
Okay, R2 is different.
Yeah. R2 wants to be BD rather than AC. And what are the numbers that
Give us that for quad balance. 0 and 4 ones. Okay. Capcom, that's the only one. For quad balance, 0 and 4 ones for BD roll.
Okay.
All positions, GNC, can you give me a green light? All positions, about a minute and a half to acquisition. So quiet in the room and let's see how the docking goes.
Okay, now if I pitch over, I'm going to be looking right into the sun.
This is Apollo Control. 127 hours, 50 minutes ground elapsed time. Less than a minute now away from acquisition. The spacecraft, Columbia. Hopefully, flying within a few feet of it will be Eagle. Docking should take place about 10 minutes from now, according to the flight plan. However, this is a crew option matter. We're standing by for word that data is coming in from the two spacecraft.
Close the valve about 5 degrees to get their 6/10 of a pound an hour.
Okay.
If I roll 120, if I roll left,
this is Lunar Revolution number 27 for Columbia.
Well, why don't I start to roll? Yeah, I think if you roll up 60.
Okay, stand by.
I'll be looking in your left window when I pitch out.
AOS.
Don't go up and
I can see you right now. Okay, you got me.
Eagle on Columbia, Houston, standing by.
Roger, we're station keeping.
Roger.
Pitch up this, let me translate up just a little and get a better view. Bottom side. I don't know if it's going to see that. Getting about into the right attitude, I think. Pretty up and down. I've rolled pretty far, I don't know just how much. Oh, it's not a good one. Roger. Going to Hague. Good.
Flight network. Okay. We're still trying to get the CSM. We have LEM on the 210.
You don't have any data now yet.
Okay, Mike. I'll try to get position here, and then you got it. How does the roll attitude look? I'll stop. Matter of fact, I can stop right here if you like that.
Flight network. What's your way on the left? Well, we might need to at least have a platform.
Go ahead. Who's girls on the line? Who's the line? We're on a little bit right now. We're on a little bit. He's an accident. Captain Alpha. Just mention gimbal, middle gimbal to the plane, Eagle.
Eagle Houston, middle gimbal, and you might pass to Columbia. We don't have him yet.
That's right.
You probably don't want to fire now, but they could get happy, right? I'll let him get that.
We got a platform big. Okay? I'm not going to do a thing, Mike. I'm just letting her hold the attitude hold.
Data flight?
LS2 camp flight.
Captain. Time okay? GNC?
We're good, Mike.
Yeah, I'd say you're a couple of the birds.
We ought to be a forge after this. Renee.
Gilmer Command, CSM, Captain.
Plenty of time? Go.
flight network should be at now.
Okay. Both of them? Network?
We just switched flights.
It's about 15 feet out now. Yeah, we're going to pass the radar. What's that up? That radar? Yes. Yes, full of circuit breakers. Okay. You ready? Yes.
GNC, seen any translation here? Fine.
About 5 feet in.
Okay. Let me know when you see it.
Looks good, Mike.
Okay.
Put out. 10.